Oh.
They want to put it in. Well, I don't think so. Yeah, okay. That's a good idea. It's like golden water.
It's 6 o'clock, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. This meeting is being recorded using all technology, and the recording will be available on the city's YouTube channel. Also, there are a few topics on the agenda this evening that we may receive some public comment on. If you are here for that, please wait till the discussion has ended on that, and then feel free to go up to the podium and announce who you are and share your information. Thank you. Next, we'll have roll call, and please state your name. Marianne Knight.
Nick Wall, David Wozniak, Tom Murray.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, the consent agenda. Has the council had opportunity to review the consent agenda?
I'm just curious. So a couple months ago, there was a statement that was read at the end of the council meeting, and it got a relative book written about it. Yet when other people get up there and say things, and I mean, I'll ignore myself, it's like a handful of words. Is there a reason that it's inconsistent?
Well, I can tell you the one that you're referring to, I got mayor input onto the wording. So it wasn't just my drafting of it, it was 2 of us drafting it.
The original on the first one that you mentioned, the original content was more extensive than what the final product was based off of mayor's input. So are you making a suggestion? Are you asking the reason, or?
Well, the suggestion would be to be consistent, that if someone at the end of the meeting today gets up there and says something that everyone's given their fair amount of real estate in the minutes, especially if they're printed in the fax newsletter.
All right. Okay. Agree.
The other thing I'd like to say is, minutes are one thing. There's a couple other items that come up that, and I'll just say my opinion, I don't like voting and approving things that have already happened. So the minutes are one of them, where they're published, they're public. There's no real point in us saying, yes, we approve the minutes.
It's required by code.
That's required.
And the publication dates are required by code.
You gotta read them in the morning.
Right, so we can't have a meeting prior to that.
They have to be published within 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I guess it's back to.
No,
another reason.
no council does. In the state of Iowa, they're always published before they're approved, but you can make a motion to amend them.
See something wrong with the minutes, you can make them.
Yeah,
That's why she asked if you approve them, so that if there's a change that needs to be made, something's not quite corrected, or that you can correct it at that time. That's why she asked that.
Didn't someone, was it Mike last meeting, motion to change something, some verbiage or something,
Yes.
yes.
to amend it, something?
And then that gets noted in the current meeting's minutes, becomes public record and is published. But I mean, that system is set by Iowa code.
I'm good.
Okay. Any other?
In correspondence, Tina's looking to reduce some hours.
Yeah, It's gonna be just variable. I mean, she's gonna still be considered full-time. It's not gonna be down that much. She just needs some more time for her other pursuits. She's very flexible, like her first day that she's doing it is, we're gonna schedule one day next week, but she'll work around Stacy and I's schedule or the workload, and I think it'll be fine.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to reports. Don't see the sheriff's deputy, Kathy, library report. Any questions for her? Hearing none. Any questions for Chief Sankett on the fire department report? Any questions for Chris on the building department report?
I have a question, it's not on your report, but the house that's being built on Parkland.
Across the street from you?
Yeah, that's 8 feet from the property line.
I'm going up to do the foundation tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock,
Okay,
but yeah, by site plan it is.
okay, and is there a whatever it is there a guideline or a rule of how much land percentage can be the dwelling versus the rest of the lot?
Well, don't think there's that in a residential. No, because that's a pretty good sized lot.
It's huge. Well, the lot's
I'll
big, sure, but
see.
it's probably twice the size of anyone else, I guess.
It very well could be, I don't know the exact numbers on it, but there's no maximum size on houses.
As long as you meet your offsets, right? There is more so for like garages and.
You're talking setbacks, right?
Yeah.
Offsets, yeah. Yeah, as long as they meet their setbacks, front, sides and rear. Now, if you go to put a detached garage on a lot, then it kicks in, you need 30% green space, but this is all attached. I'm more than certain they have their 30% green space currently, because that's a deep lot, goes back to pump.
Yeah, we don't have anything that restricts. That they can't have a 2-level in a residential area that only has ranch style homes. We don't have anything that's restrictive on size or anything like that. You can't get. We have a restriction on how small they can be, but
Yeah, we
not
got
how
that.
large.
Yeah, we require 1,000 square feet minimum. There's nothing on there.
I feel for their neighbors, because it's like having a house in the backyard.
Okay. Any other questions for Chris? Maintenance report, any questions for Lynn? How about, questions for Brian on his water and wastewater report? Joe is on the phone, correct, Cynthia?
Yes.
Do you have any questions, for Joe on the Parks and Rec Department report?
Yeah, Joe, can you give an update on all the vandalism that's been going on? We've had a obviously rash going on this more in the last week or two.
Well, I think the update's on my list, on the current, report. I don't know what else you want to hear from me for that. Do you have the updated
Yep.
report?
Is it getting worse? I mean, it seems like the frequency's going up a little bit, but as far as. We had a park bench. I read something about some kids urinating in the. By one baseball diamonds. Yeah, the bathroom.
Yeah, and so that was the only one that we really caught red-handed, and, it was during a tournament. The site director, the coach was involved with it, the sheriff was called, or the deputy was called out. So all the proper procedures were done with it. They just got caught. I guess I'm not sure what else to say about that. Coach Vince, the player, the parents were involved with it. The parents were probably our best ally, I think, in that, and the coach. They all responded exactly how I would anticipate them to respond, or I would hope they would respond. And so we made a point. That was the whole purpose of calling the sheriff out on, or the deputy on that particular event, was to make a visual that, you know, we're not gonna put up with that in Fairfax.
And that was gonna be my point also, that you don't wanna have to call the sheriff, and the age of the kids is unfortunate, who knows, but it's kind of making, to what you said, Joe, making a statement of, we're not gonna put up with that, and they were caught, which hopefully we have more of that in the future. One is better than none.
Well, hopefully we don't have one in the
Yeah.
future, Tom. Hopefully there's not a situation where we have to catch somebody. But the other, I will tell you this, the other vandalism that's been going on, and if you watch any of the news or you've been reading the papers at all, this is not just in Fairfax. This is all over right now. And I don't know if it's just because they're getting more press, or if it's actually up, or what. But it just seems as though at the beginning of the school year letting out did coincide with this getting a little bit heavier. So I don't know. But I will also tell you this. So far, we've been very fortunate that we've only sustained very minimal minor damage. Now, there has been some damage, and we've had to fix some things, but nothing that would require the insurance company to be involved, because our deductibles or anything like that. I've had, numerous conversations with the deputies, and they agree with what I said all the time is, I can call them, and unless we have caught somebody, there's not a whole lot that they can do. So, I kind of pick and choose when I call to the sheriff, because there's, again, it's a waste of, and I will say this, it's a waste of time on their end and on my end if we're just reporting the fact that, somebody broke a piece of glass.
Yeah, they're gone, there's no one around, I agree with that.
Yeah.
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 Joe, do you
But
think,
it's not just Fairfax. This is all over right now too. So, and again, I think maybe it's partially because there's more people are kind of reporting it. If you guys saw the particular story about Cedar Hill Booster Club, that concession stand had been broken into, and I mean broken into where they actually got in 5 times since May. They finally closed their concession stand down. And I can tell you from experience that as a nonprofit youth sports program, your concession stand is your lifeblood. That's what helps you do all the things you do for the kids. And so when someone gets in there and not only steals your product, but also just damages the inside of the concession stand, that's a tough thing to swallow. And 5 times since May, they finally had no choice. Now, I have seen the door that they have, and I will tell you that we have better, I don't know if I say security, but we have definitely better locks. We have better doors. It'd be very difficult for somebody to bust into one of our concession stands. Not that they couldn't, everything could happen. But, we've got really a kind of a fortress, I guess.
Joe, do you think we should maybe look at installing some kind of security cameras?
Well, what do you want to do with security cameras? I've looked into this, and it's not cheap. It's gonna run you into the tens of thousands of dollars if you want to put security cameras up and if you wanna have Wi-Fi out there, and you wanna do all that sort of thing, and honestly, so far, I don't think that we have sustained monetarily enough damage to warrant that.
I'm just saying for what it's gonna probably cost damage wise, we could have the cameras up instead. You know, if you wait till you get $10,000 worth of damage. Or do you put the cameras up? And then you don't have people doing that.
Again, though, I don't know that we've had, monetarily, I don't know that we've had that much damage. It's more of a nuisance than it is anything at this point. Not that it couldn't escalate. Somebody had stuck a couple of firecrackers or some sort of, I don't know, some fireworks into the lock that the bathrooms of Center Field, of course, we're locking those down, and set them off, almost as if they were trying to blow the lock on the doors. But it, you know, you look around and there's a bunch of bottle rockets there, and they don't have enough power to do anything. So, other than wiping them down because there was some powder on it, there really wasn't any damage. The locks weren't damaged. Locks were damaged on the concession stand, and so. But we can put cameras up, Mary Ann, but to put cameras up that are gonna be effective at all, again, you're talking into the $10,000 to $20,000 range.
Some of them is studio stuff's in the bathroom themselves, so you can't do that.
Can't put cameras inside.
So that's how you connect that with the person doing it.
Well, you'd have one in the hallway and you look to see who was in the bathroom.
Yeah, at what time? How do you know what time they did?
They're time and date stamped, aren't they? Most
But
of
how do
them.
you know what time the date of damage?
Oh, well,
Yeah, must have been.
well, if you have people in there every day when it's open, do you know what I mean? I think you could figure it out pretty easily.
But they're unlocked all night.
Sometimes having a camera is.
It's another option,
resistant
it's locked
enough.
them every night.
Just having it up. You know, whether or not it's.
And we have those cameras up. We have those cameras up that you're talking about, but they don't deter anybody.
The cameras that we got, some of them have got moved, you know, some of the organics have been like.
Do you think we need, if those bathrooms are open at the complex, do we need to lock those? Start locking those then?
So, we did that at Fairfield because of the situation where you can get into the Fairfield bathroom without being seen from either street. The complex, you cannot do that because it's wide open. Now, we did have an instance over the 4th of July with some feces that was thrown about, that's the only way I can describe it. It was thrown about one of the stalls, and we had to clean that up. But other than that, we really haven't had any vandalism at the complex as of yet.
And you got.
And we haven't had any vandalism at Hawks Ridge since last year either, since we put the new walk in and we put the lights in. We haven't had any vandalism at Hawks Ridge.
Any other questions for Joe?
Yeah, I guess my final thought on it would be that is the information that I provided is to keep you abreast of it. I don't know that I would make any knee-jerk reactions right now to protect anything, because I think I still do not think that the vandalism warrants that amount of money to put into some sort of security system.
Okay.
But that's my opinion.
Thank you, Joe. I see Sheriff's Deputy. No,
No,
see the Sheriff's Deputy is here.
Hello. The report here is from June 11th till today. June hours were met, exceeded 69 calls for service. I bounced around a little bit, so I know there's a mission vandalism issue. Really, I didn't really realize that you guys were having that as well. Do you have any questions or comments or concerns about that?
I was told by a citizen yesterday,
he didn't report anything, but he said there's been some damage at St. Pat's Cemetery. On St. Patrick's Road.
I didn't deal with that, but I saw it in our cast on that.
Oh, so he must have called, he must have ended up calling somebody.
Yeah.
Or somebody else
Two-
called.
Is it like two brothers or something?
Yeah.
Relatives? Yeah, I saw their name.
Senator
Yeah, something.
Ron, Jerry. Something like that. No, they didn't do it, they were the ones that told me.
Someone did go out there, I don't know, so
Okay, good.
one of the. And that brings up a tangent, I mean, personally, my job, but I don't get the reports that people submit video sergeants and what I feel like they shouldn't be getting those. But
And that's what sergeants.
no, I think it would be nice to know, it would be, if you're not dealing with us, I see the name and what I get is vague.
Can you explain, obviously on the disposition on the side, there's all different categories. Handled by officer, we had 4 fireworks complaints, and 2 of them handled by officers, and 2 of them, I think, said unable to contact. What's involved with handled by an officer? Just general, not
It
talking.
could be a series of different things, either they got them to stop shooting fireworks off, and maybe that is handled by the officer. Sometimes things don't generate a report, and you can add call notes to the call that were dispatched to, that would be handled by officer, with notes added to the call. The A means they were unable to locate, anytime you're seeing a K next to it, that means you're going to report on it. L means they arrested somebody on it. W means to give them a warning. I work 2 to 10, so it's tough to go to these areas for me where people want extra patrol or check on parks, just because I get a large majority of reports that they're stepping up taking a mischief. So in the summertime, there's always a very big spike in calls for service crime. We've got new 16-year-olds every year that go out and they do stupid things. They do it in Neely, they did it when I was growing up in Marion with garden balls. I don't know what to do for you guys, I could request an extra patrol for are these happening at nighttime or?
Yeah, I mean, then these calls were, let's see, they
They're not necessarily fireworks, obviously those were at night, but like the criminal mischief or.
I'm just kind of wondering a category of what handled by officer
Yeah.
means, you know, what I mean, I not having the notes, but, handled by officer to me, then what I understand is they actually talked with someone.
Yep.
That was involved with whatever, in that case, the fireworks.
You're right.
Or-
I don't think. Fireworks are. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wrote any, I don't work on the overnight shift, I don't know if anyone wrote any citations for fireworks.
Yeah, yeah. Someone called in 2 out of 4, the officers able to find them, locate them, so that's. And handled by officer, that's our. Exactly, or a better idea with that.
Any other questions? For the deputy? Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Continuing on, do you have any questions for Cynthia on this city hall report? Already asked about Tina's hours. Okay, any questions for me on my report?
She just wants to take some more time off.
You all.
We gotta ask, Becky.
I asked my boss, he's neat.
Okay, if no questions for me, any questions? Shane, do you have anything other than what's in your report here or separately on the agenda?
I don't, I keep adding stuff, is The UP on Vanderbilt Street, looks like they're pushing that back again as far as what would be over for lights, so the.
So we got finally 10 months late. Got the estimate from them for just the track work. Moving and resetting some of the rails, replacing concrete panels. Extending one side of the concrete panels out longer. $204,000 for that. It's city costs.
Well, I'm confused, John. Why is that a city cost if it's their railroad right away?
Because we've asked them that too, and they say you're in our house. You don't wanna do it, too bad, and close it up.
Even though 18-wheelers, their dollars are getting.
Yeah, we like sent them the photos, we told them all that, and they said, well, yeah.
Can't we
It does
just fix
need-
that by just raising the elevation of the road further out so they don't hang up at
That's,
that
yeah,
angle?
and that was-
Wouldn't that be a lot cheaper
that was-
thing to do?
That's the $200,000 that was already allocated for that, was just fixing the profile of the road to pave that. And then if you recall last August, Joanne and I met with them on site. And they started looking at things and I was like, well, no, these rails need to be set, that's wrong information. Concrete panels need lengthened out. And then on top of that, like, oh, by the way, the signals need upgraded too. And that could be up to another $1 billion. And that's all city costs because you're in our house. If you want your street to cross our right of way, then you gotta pay for all this stuff.
They're just being bullies. and
Yeah,
I'm not
Well,
having that.
that's what. It's every city, it's, yeah, Cedar Rapids is doing a couple crossings right now, and I know Cedar Rapids is paying for all this, so.
I know the city of Marquette. Up on Mississippi is running into an issue with the railroad that they were being. Or they use that same word.
Bully.
He got in touch with the state representative, we don't know. And that state representative called someone with a railroad, I don't know if it was UP. This was in Washington DC, within a week, it was done, it was stamped. And I don't know if we could talk with a local state representative and say, hey, we're having some problems here and keep getting.
Just got a card from
We can try.
Ashley Henson.
And maybe you've already tried, I don't know, but
Maybe we just need to reach out to all of them.
yeah.
But I've been in touch with the UP's, now I've lost her name. When we were trying to get the leaning pole taken care of, and we finally did sort of,
Yeah.
that she's kind of their
Liaison.
public relations person. Have not talked to her about this specific thing. Kelly, yes. John, you've talked to.
I've talked.
And I think maybe he got lucky with talking to someone that gave him the number to, or this person that called someone in DC. And then boom, it was. You know, it just seems like obviously. Wanted on here for 2, they're just, they had no connections and all of a sudden. Someone higher up. Maybe can shape the tree in a different way. I see the 18-wheeler, they're stuck. Bam. Why they don't see it like that?
Well, if we're gonna spend that kind of money, I'd already mentioned to John too, we might as well look into creating a quiet zone. That would benefit the community.
And maybe if the correct higher up gets their attention, now we've got some more leverage with that. Yeah.
We'll see, we can try.
Yeah.
Anything else for Shane or John?
Just to finish that off, I did follow up with them, because they don't have the cost in here for the signal replacement, so I followed up with them after I got this, so. Didn't know the city signal replacement, we brought the book for that, and they haven't responded. After I got sent back to file a queue, so. You know, one alternative to this is just we tell them we're not gonna do your upgrades, whether it's a city cost or not. Fix the road ourselves, get us the permit to fix the profile of the road, and maybe someday. If, well, they give us the permit, we can ask them, I mean. You know, cause I pressed them too, it's like, you know.
we only had $200,000 budgeted for this project, and now you're gonna tack on another $200,000.
Well, sooner or later, it'll be bad enough, they'll have to fix it or they're gonna have issues with the trains.
Well, I know they come through anyway, so often they
Yeah.
replace the concrete panels to age and everything else, so maybe it's one of those things where the rail work itself will just be part of their maintenance program. And I don't think whenever we do that, they put bad costs on the city.
No,
Didn't they just redo it after the detour from 151 project? They went in there and replaced the concrete panels and reset everything. I don't think you guys saw the cost from that, so.
Every time they do that, we seem to change it. Sure.
Yeah, so,
it was fine before they fixed it. That's exactly what the problem is right now.
The previous time, I'm sure the cost was very, very oil pan.
Yeah.
Scary burden, get the setback stuck on there, and that was trying to get it. We have had this time, before the one, some of that stuff, yeah, so it's just a matter of when it happens.
I mean, Channel 9 News, here you go. When that happens, come on out and see this, if they get some bad press, you know, you don't wanna play that card, but good lord.
That's their.
Okay.
You think it's a safe concern, all of that.
Okay. So we'll see what additional follow-up between John and I that we can. We can do. Any other questions on the engineering report items? Not, we'll move on to item number 6. Discussion of UT traffic. Meeting Kirk had requested this topic be discussed, and she had sent us an email last month, wasn't able to attend, but here she is, so we'll let her talk first, and there's a lot of supplemental information in the packet to review. Nadine, just your mic on, because I noticed.
It's on.
Yeah.
So I'm meeting Kirk, I live on the corner of Park and Front. And we have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on our street. And we own a golf cart. Everybody on the golf carts follow the traffic signals, you know, it says stop, stop. So UTVs, they don't necessarily do that. They're extremely loud. There are several that run around with children, small children in the back of them. They have no way to hang on, and the rail is only like, I don't know, 6 inches off the thing they're sitting on. There's a couple that have been running around without adults in them. They're teenage children driving them. And I know all the rules for the golf carts. I want to know, why do the UTVs not have to follow the rules that the golf carts have to? Like have a permit, have insurance, have the markings on them. Most of them are pretty much black. I mean, unless they have their headlights on, they don't have taillights. There's nothing that you see other than this black wall going down the street, going away. So I can't imagine, like, when it gets dark and the sun's real bright or whatever, that people aren't running up on it. It's just an accident waiting to happen, and I was wondering if the city of Fairfax could make people register them and present the rules to them. Not really, but we'll try. They're just extremely loud with those big tires. Some of them have weird exhaust on them that I don't know how to describe it other than sometimes you think that somebody's going down the street shooting. But it's not what they're doing. You know, but it's way louder than that. And everything in Fairfax echoes, so that would.
Go ahead for me, what you know, and then there was a recent Gazette article that enlightened us as well.
Yeah, so Joanne, had me look this up, I don't know, 6 months ago, 4 months ago. The state of Iowa has legalized UTVs on the roads. UTV has to be registered the same as a snowmobile through the county. They have to-
DNR.
Right, which is through the county.
Okay.
County recorders where you go to. same as a boat or a snowmobile. So they are registered, the city can't
So do
require.
they have like numbers,
Yeah, they have a
like,
sticker similar to a boat or a snowmobile.
where they're supposed to put it?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but they have to have it on it.
But I've been looking at them to see. like,
And it's up, there's
is
only
there
one
somewhere?
sticker per sheet, so it's not like a license plate where you have the front and back. I don't know if it's designated a place to have it. They are supposed to have, if they're on the roads, they're supposed to have taillights, headlights, and turn signals
And,
to be legal on the roads.
And they're not legal on city streets, they're back.
oh, they're driving all over.
I know, but they're not. legal.
Well, they are.
No, they're not.
The city has to ban them.
No, the city has to designate streets that we want to allow UTVs on, right, Joanne? We read the code.
We read it, and after the Gazette article, we looked into the code further, and
And we have not designated streets.
We have to designate streets for them to be on.
Yes.
For them to be in town. period.
Yes,
So they're only supposed to go like, okay, I have a neighbor that has one. They follow the rules, you know, I mean. They're really good about it. They come out of the driveway and they go down Front Street. And then they go right out to the highway and then they go where they're going. You know, it's not like they're cruising Fairfax like most of these are.
Well, one thing about it that I've been told by the sheriff department. They don't like the rule. The state, they don't legal. And they really don't do force it.
So they're not gonna go after them if they're doing something stupid.
I highly doubt it. Chances are they're not gonna be able to catch it.
Right.
Well, that's true too.
And that's what they say, it's not worth the trouble for them to try to chase somebody like that through town, and then all they're gonna do is. Go in the ditch or in the field, and they're gone.
That's
So-
the other thing is they just drive off where they leave them off. I've seen them just take off and go through somebody's yard and, you know, go through our parks. You know, they're real good at going through the Frisbee golf course.
They're very hard to, they're gonna be very hard to. That word, it's a good word.
Well, if. Any non-school day, if the sheriff just goes to Parks and Heartland Heights for maybe 10 minutes. You'll see about 10 or 15 drive by, so. Same if they're hard to apprehend, and 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds driving.
That's the same way with golf carts. I see little
Yeah.
kids driving golf carts all over Fairfax and they just wanna go bring their parents in. But they just, well, they're 10, 12 years old. And they'll have a back seat full of kids their same age. And they're on their golf cart, just driving around town. Yeah, the one's a babysitter. I mean,
in both cases, golf cart versus UTV, the drivers are supposed to be 18 years old and have
Right.
driver's licenses.
but you could pick up a kid every day in Fairfax on a golf cart that's not 18 years old. Every single day. Or mini bike. Or mini bike.
Yeah. We have those two mini bikes and stuff, but
It's just harder to place.
Has Fairfax had a problem? Like, has there been any accidents, or are we just talking about? So,
so
the
many
rate of,
places that it's just scary.
so you think a majority of UTV drivers are illegal? Is that what we're assuming?
The ones that are going past our house are definitely. And they're, you know, we have a three-way stop. They don't stop. And then you get the kid on the little mini bike and he comes whipping down the street and he goes right in front of the UTV and it's like, I just plug my ears and close my eyes, because I was just waiting for it.
Do we know who that kid is on the mini bike? I heard you about got hit twice the other day.
Which
Twice. That
There's many
kid
ways
is
out.
lucky he's alive.
I don't know, but I was just like, oh my goodness.
Hard one, I see many like there all day.
This was in Old Town.
Is there
Yeah, there's down here, it's not just one bike, it's all bikes.
So,
There's two of them on our street.
question, is just, you mentioned earlier an ordinance, is that gonna really be?
I don't know, I think it would.
Well, similar to fireworks at night after hours. Is it gonna help? Maybe, but more importantly, have you ever called the sheriff to report it? Now,
I haven't called the sheriff because
So
I
that's the
was using a
start.
scanner and I know they are swamped.
Okay,
And they're, I mean, Fairfax is here and they could be, they're on the other side of Marion, you know.
So there's an old
They're gonna
saying.
be like that.
there's an old saying that I've said for years, you'll never make a shot if you don't try. Now, what I'm saying is, I've heard lots of social media and stuff about people this and this and this, but I would like to ask those people, whoever they are. Have you called the sheriff to give them a chance? Now, maybe my question to the sheriff earlier, there's 4 reports for fireworks. Only 4. I want to congratulate all 4 of those people that did. Now, 1, 2 of them were within 2 minutes of each other. But if we don't try, the problem is never gonna go away, and I wish an ordinance would take care of it. Is it? Probably not based on past history, so if you start making phone calls and your neighbor or whoever else, and I don't know if you're on social media, but if you post, I made a phone call, or I did this, and hey, I did see you stop, now all of a sudden, you just lit a match, and now other people are starting to call. Now you have Fairfax residents starting the snowball going downhill to where the problem maybe can get some traction. But if we think an ordinance is gonna take care of everything, that'd be nice. But
It would be nice if they knew the receipts. Like what's going to happen to them if they,
But is a 10-year-old driving a golf cart, does he care? Do their parents care? Obviously not. But if a patrol officer, not, hey, Sally Mae or Joe here is riding a golf cart, oh crap, no different than Joe just had with the kids at the concession stand. Now we got some change. Now all their little buddies, assuming it was boys, they're gonna see, now all of a sudden, look at how much change was just affected because phone call was made. That's the stuff that needs to happen, right? I appreciate your passion, but let's do something about it. Let's have a solution, and that solution, other than an ordinance, is making those phone calls to the gentleman that was just here, and that'll help.
I know we live on the corner and we have the corner it's pretty wide open,
Yeah,
but we've had them like one after another go through our front yard
yeah.
and come off the curb and spill their tires and go down the street, you know,
Yeah.
and I'm just like,
So hypothetical situation, you have it,
we actually have cameras. But I've never saved anything on the camera from them doing it, so maybe I should do that, maybe the sheriff can get a look at it and see what's going on.
or if you're comfortable with it, a phone call to whoever the kids.
That's the thing,
Is.
I don't know who some of these kids are, I've never seen them,
And
you know, our kids are all grown up and you don't.
Anything
I know
that
all
you
the older kids, but I don't know the younger ones, I don't know any of them.
Right. What I'm saying is to do something, right? And it's a snowball.
I just
That is
call
where
the
the.
sheriff when they've got so many of
It,
them.
but if you have that attitude, Nadine, it's never gonna change.
That's probably.
Don't put an excuse in there, I'm sorry, but for why you didn't call. Because then that's part of the problem, and it's only gonna get bigger.
I know I've gone out there and screamed at them. Yeah, they stop and they look around, uh-oh, you know, and then they take off.
Maybe we need to put something in the facts again, see something, say something, call the sheriff. If kids are not to be on mini bikes, golf carts, or UTVs on the streets, period.
Or
Yeah.
regular.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we have something in the current facts.
Yeah, on the front page, wasn't it?
No, not on the UTVs that wasn't, but it is in the facts right now. Not big size, we moved something to the
Let's
front
move
page.
it up to the front page or whatever.
Big size.
I think part of the problem is people just don't know what the rules are, especially with the UTVs thinking, you know, as long as I can go buy one, anyone can ride. You don't need a license or anything like that. So education is first, but also I think the us here, the sheriff also needs to take it seriously if people call. To show up, even if they're, you know, hard to apprehend, hard to catch, at least attempt. And, you know, kind of couple what Tom said is. You're paying for the sheriff, use them. Right, you've already paid for it, use them at your disposal.
Maybe a sentence about if your child is running a mini bike in town, they've almost been killed twice. Please make them stop. I mean, maybe it just needs to be that simple.
I went and told the person who owns one of those mini bikes, I went and told him. We need to do something about this. And his response was, well, he's very safe when I watch it.
So I have a question for the council. Since it appears that Fairfax is not, doesn't allow UTVs at all, 'cause we haven't designated any streets that they're allowed on, what do we say in this publication in the facts now?
Yeah.
Did we say they're not allowed at all?
What is our snowmobile route?
The official route, I don't know if there is an official route, but there's a route. Through town, it goes through by the well field or by the storage tank, to the start water, cuts back to the highway. Favor for the water.
You're still allowed to get to and from your property to the trail.
Don't smell the deals.
I don't know if there's an actually official route.
When was the ordinance first made? 2000,
Golf cart.
the golf cart, 2012. Back then, UTVs probably weren't very popular at all, so.
They did discuss them though.
It was,
They did, and just decided not to. And if anybody calls City Hall, we tell them they're not allowed in Fairfax. We have had a few people call, think they had to register them with us. Cities can still register them. We can't charge if we want to register UTVs, because they have to be registered with the IDNR, but.
Yeah.
But,
Most
as
of the
your
ones I
code stands
see-
right now, they're not allowed.
Go to the bar and then they leave. They come in and then they leave and they go out. They're not really around town.
I was
It's
at the
just-
ice cream shop,
Just that.
had an ice cream
They're at
last
ice cream
night.
shop.
Here comes a UTV, mom and dad in the front, two little boys, 10, 12 years old, little boys had helmets on. Went across the street, came up to get ice cream and let me left. I thought that is a model precedent, right? And maybe our ordinance needs to be updated and we'll discuss it down the road on UTVs, ATVs, you know. It's 2012, is that far enough to be outdated? It warrants discussion going down the road.
Can I ask a question? If these ATVs aren't allowed in Fairfax, why aren't they getting violations or whatever? Because ducks and chickens aren't allowed, but she got a violation for ducks. Yeah, because you don't know where they talk about, is that why? Like,
Well, we were under the impression that the state, because the state allows this, that we were under the impression that since the state approved it, that it meant they could go anywhere, because usually that's how it works.
I don't
We
see
didn't
that.
realize that we couldn't.
Cedar Rapids made it, a big move by banning,
Holy man,
fully banning them,
and golf carts too.
so.
It would be more of a thing we would have to tell people that they're banned here, because otherwise they have no way to know that they're not allowed in town.
well, if they're already those streets that they're allowed on, so they're supposed to just drive around in their own yard. I mean, honestly, if they're already not allowed in Fairfax, then they would say they're not allowed in Fairfax.
Well, the problem you have now is people that live in town have them. And so they've already got them. So now if we put a law into place and they've already got them, then do they have to get rid of them? See?
Well, I mean,
The law's
you know,
always
it's trailer,
in place.
it's in one location, they just wouldn't be able to ride them in town.
You know, the storm with your house, but you can't, right?
The reality of that is you have to have the sheriff catch them.
Right. They're called.
So a question on that, with everybody, this is a truly open question. Why would you want to ban it? Why are they any different than a normal vehicle? You can drive a motorcycle without a seatbelt, without a helmet. And it's louder than the UTV. What is banning the UTV on the city streets do? As long as they're being legal, driving under the speed limit and abiding by the law, is it hurting the city
at all, or are we just asking that all of us try to be more diligent on calling and reporting when we see things? And I mean, the city is a very open city that, you know, I love the golf cart, rule, right? And I abide by it. I just don't wanna see us making the decision because there's some bad apples out there when a lot of good people drive UTVs that don't follow rules. And I think it could be helpful, or I don't think it's gonna hurt Fairfax if you allow it.
I think that's the problem is most people do abide by the rules, but you have the people that don't, and that's why Nadine's here.
Absolutely, and you can probably do that with every single rule you have, right, lawn being too long or something like that, so there's always a bad apple, I think, maybe as a community. We try to be more diligent on calling them out, or at least having a plan, so I think you guys is, you know, up there, the plan of putting something in the Fairfax facts. Put the rules out there, but also I think it's good to list what happens if you break the law. Like if a 12-year-old is driving a golf cart, we should list like, hey, Mr. Parent, Mrs. Parent.
You're liable if they kill someone.
Yes, exactly, like.
And I
This
just
is,
don't think they realize the
massive.
ramifications of
It's-
letting their children run around.
It's a matter of anything in Heartland Heights. I mean, you were mentioning about at night without lights. Several times, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised driving back from this meeting that there's not an ATV with no lights driving in the middle of the street by a 10 or 12-year-old.
Well, it sounds like we're having an issue with the adults, it's the children that aren't supposed to be on them anyway.
Well, the problem is the adults are letting them do that, so it's bad parenting.
Yeah, I don't disagree with, you know, treating them like a vehicle. And if you're going to follow the laws, if you're a acceptable age to drive a car, it could be allowed on the streets. But I guess where I'm a little bit separated is, you know, the enforcement, it seems to be a surprise of enforcement. I'm not exaggerating. Sheriff goes to the cul-de-sac, or what I guess would be a cul-de-sac on Heartland Heights, parks there for 5-10 minutes. And you'll see 5 to 10 ATVs driven by kids potentially even under 10 driving by. It's not that difficult.
So then what we need to do is next meeting, when the sheriff is here, we need to address that.
Well, no, actually, I need to talk to Major Colston about that for spot checking, and I already did on a particular street in town. And they basically said the time of day when these things happen, they are so short-staffed that they really couldn't accommodate that. But I can try
Sure.
again in Heartland Heights.
Here's a thought, you know, previously. When I was at Springville, and I don't know that we haven't done it before, I know they have hired off-duty. Lynn County sheriffs for like fun days, USA Day, extra patrols. You know, if this council's really serious, if it's really as rampant as you're saying, you're really serious at enforcing. You can hire an off-duty deputy for that topic. Send them to a street on a night or a day. And have them,
Able to issue citations.
They could for the state ones, definitely too, because those are.
You know,
state law.
maybe it's enough that they say, where do you live? Let's go talk to your parent. You know, or call your mom or dad that are at work, maybe not even home, don't even
That's what I was
know.
wondering, does that come with a marked vehicle?
Do they come with a vehicle when you hire them?
I think so, but I guess, you know,
I hate to see them running out on the street.
We could explore that and
Yeah.
present some information
Okay.
at the next meeting.
I would say education, maybe short, sweet, very large. In the newsletter. Parents, control your children, because
Do we want
the
to
bottom line is it's their fault. It's not the
discuss going forward, maybe updating the golf cart ordinance to have UTVs in it? I mean, to what he just said, there is the kids and no lights. I read through the state law, and you have to have brake lights, you have headlights. So that one's braking state off and not having appropriate lights. A few bad apples ruin the bunch, but what about all the other ones? That family of 4 that I saw yesterday, no different than the ducks. I mean, I mean, that's what we want. And I think they're out there.
Well, we can do just like we did with the fireworks, the city would just adopt the state. Right, when we just adopt.
You have to designate streets, and then I suppose you could do a resolution to designate all streets.
Yeah.
Or you could pick a route, whatever, but that's how this code reads, that it can be loud in the city on the streets that the city has designated.
Or you could designate a route and say, you get.
You can only-
Ability to go directly to the route.
Right.
From your house.
From your house, yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to something like that, so. So they can go to the establishments and then.
Are you on the UTV committee?
Okay, lots of good ideas. Anything else? Nadine, anything else?
Nothing I can think of.
Sounds like we have some ideas and some things that we could change.
Well, I appreciate you listening, because it's really frustrating to watch some of the stuff that, you know,
We agree.
they go by my house.
Make those phone
I'll
calls.
do
But
that.
also, if the kids are out running rampant, like, that is a parent problem, and at some point, you have to like, oh, well, if they crash, that's on the parents, I mean, I hate to be heartless, but like, come on, like, I mean. I don't know, we can put that on the parent and try not to worry about these kids, because all kids are gonna do dumb things.
Okay. Good discussion. Couple of things we can check into. All right, let's move on to item number 7. Discussion possible motion concerning a request from the American Legion about their handicap ramp placement. I thought maybe a couple Legionnaires were here. Is Joe still on the phone?
He didn't say it was gonna be on.
Are they
this
just
topic.
wanting
Joey,
like a
you want-
building permit type thing to
No,
do
they
this
just want
ramp?
permission to come onto the city, the library property, fix some concrete, and they're gonna incorporate part of it, they wanna incorporate part of their handicap ramp on our side. Originally, they didn't want to put a handrail on city property, and that's a bad idea, because if it gets hit, then it's our problem, it's our property, but I understand, somebody said that they put up the handrail already, it's just just on their little section. But essentially what they're asking for permission to tear up and re-pour concrete on our side,
On the city property,
along with theirs.
along with that.
So,
So right there's a drawing of it.
and I was having kind of a little trouble following all that. So is it going to be sloped, so it's
The
accessible?
ramp portion of it,
Is the ramp portion on our side?
some of it will be, but it won't be very high. It will bump into concrete. Right,
I was there and looked at it. And my recommendation was to just slope it all up to the current doorway that was there now, so it doesn't have any trip steps, no nothing, just sloped off.
Is that what they're gonna do?
Well, I believe that's. I offered to help with it, so.
I just wanna make sure that our part is compliant and is no more than the allowed percentage, so, because I don't wanna have any ADA issues.
Yes, no, there won't be any.
Yeah, you're okay.
If there's any questionable part, it would be right up against the building, up against the north and south up on their building. But right now it's dropped down off the side of what covers the doorway coming out, so it'd be just get it back up to flush so that there's no trip steps. It's all nice, even, smooth.
Do we need to make a motion to do
What's
something?
currently there right now? Parking?
Well, there's a
It's kind
ramp
of
there
wide
now.
open, that
It's parking this open area.
it's not really designated parking, but it can be, they pull right up there.
There is an existing ramp, but they want to redo it.
There's also a gap, it's also moved away from the doorway slab, so there's quite a big gap in between, so.
Not the best thing for
There's no way to get wheelchairs in the front.
them. And and if you keep it just on their portion of the property, it's too small to do anything right. You know,
I
It's
think
not-
that the needs there, I guess I was just more concerned if they're gonna take away, cause I've been to the library before and I thought I'd have to park on the lawn. So if they're gonna take away parking spots, I don't know, that's the.
Well, worst case, it's not a permanent improvement, if something would happen down the road, we can always tear it out.
Yes.
because someday if the library or they ever change the parking lot or concrete the parking lot like we talked about,
We
then
could
they have
change
to
it.
get adjusted or something.
So that's what we'll do.
So do
We're
we
gonna-
need to, we probably need to
Yes,
have a formal
yes, please,
motion.
except it's going on city property, partially on city property.
Are we approving these plans? It sounded like you wanted this a little bit differently.
I didn't know, I never measured anything, we just talked about it, and I didn't know how far out they were really going, so I didn't really even notice this part of it.
That's
My actual suggestion was to go on the other side of the step. On the, like the bottom of the screen, and there's a pad off to the side there that is real questionable about getting the water out of there. I had intention on raising that up and getting the water to come out of there better and incorporating that whole thing into one piece, but. It's gonna be a little challenging around the door to keep that doorway pad from moving around, so it doesn't jam the door, but. This way would do it, it's just I was thinking more farther the other way. Looks like they're going out past the building, so.
Chris, any other input on your part as to how it should be done?
I'm fine with it as long as council's fine with them doing this, making this improvement for, with handicap.
I don't know what Don was envisioning, if that's a little bit of a curve where it's dotted or not.
Yeah, that's the little ramp portion he wants it. He originally had wanted to put a handrail across there, and I said, not crossing the property line. Cause then it is a liability for us if someone runs into it with a car.
I don't think they realize how flat that's gonna be, that there won't be a need for a railing there.
Yeah.
As long as you're gonna assist with this project.
I offered to. Help them out at a reasonable price.
As an individual, just helping them out, not as a
Not
city
as a city
employee.
employee.
I suggest.
Oh, no,
put a
this is
handicap
after
space,
hours.
say an accessible handicap space there, so you're putting the ramp in, and they're gonna do that, they said, you know, with the signage and the painting, striping, whatnot, so.
That'll be good.
It's a difficult building, it's an existing building, it's hard to make it fully compliant.
But they're blending it into the.
Yeah, I think they're doing the best they can with it.
I'd make a motion to approve with Brian's recommendations as far as.
If we end up talking about this and if the size stays relatively close to the same, if we shifted some, are we okay with that? If we incorporate that other side?
Of that pad there.
Yeah, like they shifted that whole thing down a little bit to incorporate the other side of the
That's
ramp.
on their property. So
Yeah, it'd be,
it's on the Legion side.
yeah, it'd be just on the bottom side of that square. Where it says ramp, yeah, right there. There's a little pad right there
It's
that,
about 4 foot, 5 foot.
that's really flat. And so I was gonna raise it up at the building to get the water to keep coming out, so it just doesn't pool there right by the building, which would not be good for them. And work around the banks, a little trip thing with the flags. And
That's all on their property though, so they really don't need permission for that. They need permission to be on the city.
City.
right, but if we move, I don't think they need to go as far as they went the other way unless
On the north side.
there's something with the requirements on the handicap parking stall and all that, but. If we kept the same thing, just slid the whole box down and incorporated the other side of it to make that whole area better, I think that would be smart.
So what's the correct wording? We're gonna allow this as a temporary, whatever,
Not temporary, just,
Would be more just on the city's property.
Like an
The other
easement.
part's
Just a
on their-
portion of our property.
Right.
I've got to allow the Fairfax American Legion to redo the flat concrete and place part of their handicap ramp on city property. Following Brian's recommendation.
I'll visit with them, maybe it'll stay like it is, but, look at it a little closer, but.
okay, so Mary Ann, did you make that motion?
I did.
I'll
Nick did?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to number 8, considering a resolution authorizing improvement of the loan agreement, general obligation, an amount of $660,000. We did have a public hearing last month. And I did mention last month that this amount is actually less than what we're paying off in this fiscal year, but I didn't have the amount last month, so I do want to publicly state that this fiscal year we will be paying off $1,555,000 in general obligation debt. But we'll be borrowing the 660 with this bond, so we are still at minus 895, which is good news. But that's just general obligation debt. We will not be talking about revenue
Yeah,
debt.
right.
So, need a motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please. Marion?
Aye.
I,
Thank you. Item number 9, consider ordinance, relating to mobile food vendors. Chris, you want to talk about this, please?
Sure, I'll start us off. This was brought to the planning and zoning, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, they spent quite a bit of time on it. Reviewed a few different city ordinances, this one in front of you is the one from Clinton, essentially. P&Z did make some changes to Clinton's, but, most of the nuts and bolts of this are Clinton's. That's really all I know about it, I don't know that, I mean, right now we have mobile food vendors, they do, city. This would be, I guess, the next step, given more. More requirements and also more, designated spots where they can and cannot be distancing from other retail shops and food places, things like that, so. There's a suggestion by Amy to make changes to this. She had contacted me, since it went through P&Z and P&Z made a recommendation to approve, to council to approve. I'm not gonna change it. You know, you guys have that power to change it, but I certainly wasn't gonna take it. Took it out.
In there, Chris, is something about 100 feet from another food establishment, is that?
Let's
Or
say
that
Mikey's.
area over there?
Couldn't be within 100 feet of Mikey's store. The new Dairy Queen place.
Did Beaver have one?
No, that was, I believe, in the ordinance originally. Or DeWitt, I'm sorry, that was DeWitt.
So is that? And as we spoke last meeting, we're in general favor of mobile food vendors. But competition with Mikey's, for example, for them to be able to be put right up their property line, I don't want it to turn into a fight to where they can move up right within 100 feet in effect.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know that we need this ordinance, like it was brought to P&Z, it was requested to be put on the agenda, it was presented to P&Z, and that's how it ended up with your lap. It's nothing P&Z brought up on themselves, or myself. The mobile food trucks brought it to us.
So the way it's written, they could park up next to Mikey's, for example, within 100 feet, or Star Bar and be
I
direct.
believe it is 100 feet, isn't it, or 150?
Yeah, 100 feet from other food establishments, I think is the way it's
Right.
worded.
So does that include other mobile units?
No, that would be, no, I would. That would be Mikey's.
They wouldn't be able to park next to Mikey, because,
Be on the public street.
yeah, and he'd have to give them permission to be on his property, so,
Okay,
do you know what I'm saying? So I think
that would kind of take that issue.
that would kind of take that issue out.
Alright,
I know there was one concern I had, they talked about like you can't leave them unattended or stored on any site overnight unless they own the property.
That's my concern because I'm renting my space.
So that doesn't allow her to have her coffee shop. Just that verbiage in that paragraph alone.
Well, council certainly has the power to change that.
Right.
I mean, you said a mobile truck vendor or mobile food vendor brought this to you, so has it ever been a problem in the past? Like, do we even need this other than what?
That's my thoughts on it.
You know, I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. So you said this went to P&Z
It was brought to us, yeah.
and their feedback was,
They jumped right in it, had me get other ordinances from other towns, they reviewed them, like I said, for 3 months, they worked on this. And this is what came out of those meetings. Ultimately, recommended to council to approve.
Amy, what other issues did you have with this?
Amy, could you come to the
Yeah,
microphone?
sorry,
please?
Chris, I just-
That's okay.
That's right, I don't remember what all was in that from last time, but I read it kind of quickly. And yeah, like leaving it overnight, cause I rent my space from Eastern Iowa Builders, so I pay a monthly rent to them. And like I had electricity installed out there. I mean, I'm probably the only mobile food vendor in Fairfax that's here all the time. So this would really only screw me over, sorry, but it would really only make it difficult for me. Because the other mobile food vendors usually come in for like, I mean, the Friday night food trucks that I'm doing, or like USA days, they're here and then they're gone, you know? So it really wouldn't even apply to anyone else unless we're gonna have another mobile food vendor come in. So,
Chris, was that part of the ordinance just boilerplate from DeWitt?
I believe, yeah, they did make changes to that, I don't believe.
And Chris, wasn't it originally brought to P and Z because the vendor involved wanted a mobile food truck park? Where multiple.
Right, that's what it began with, but there's nothing not allowing a mobile food truck park, and I brought that up a couple times. in this
Not
session.
even zoning though.
I don't think so, I don't know what would keep them from doing it.
So this says they have to have a working fire suppression system.
that's the other thing.
Does that
I
mean
brought up.
sprinklers?
No, like an answer system probably.
That's the other thing I brought up last month, because like I don't have a grill, cause I mostly do coffee and drinks. So my fire suppression system is a fire extinguisher that's approved by Lynn County Health. So like, is that what you all consider, you know, a fire suppression system for me? Because otherwise, I don't have $10,000 to put a vent system in my trailer that doesn't require one. And also in this ordinance, I think they're raising the annual fee to $150 too, which. I mean, that, again,
We have
It's
something in here for
130.
25, don't we?
It's 25 or 50, I thought.
it's 25 for the transient merchant license, which. I'm not even a transient merchant, that's a whole other issue,
Well,
so.
wasn't there something last month with, group insurance or something through the state, or what was that?
It was the bond.
Apartments?
It's the bond,
Is that
So
still
we-
in here, or is that taken?
It's
out?
on here to, get rid of it.
good.
Later in the agenda.
Yeah, so that is on here for that, we're gonna get rid of it.
Even though I just renewed mine, whatever. I mean. I don't know why we even need something like this.
I don't
in
disagree
town,
with you. I do not
honestly.
disagree with you, like I said, it was brought to us, so this is what came out of it.
So. And I don't think that mobile food vendor will be coming back to Fairfax, just.
Did they not do very well?
If someone from P and Z, like. Sell us on it,
I don't know. If they really were. Wanting to make a new ordinance in regards to it, it was just brought to them and they moved with it.
so no, they will not sell us.
Let me say it this way, P and Z's pro, they want mobile food vendors in town, they think it's a great idea, they think it could work really well, especially the food truck park that was originally where this came from. As part of that, it ended up into this, for whatever reasons, I don't know. Can't really answer that, but. I don't think it was, I don't think there's a problem. Needs addressing. With this order.
Did it have more to do with, we thought that they needed to have some kind of a license or something and that bond?
So we have to have a license through Lynn County Public Health, and then the other license we have to get is usually a permit through the city, whichever city we go to. So like here, Fairfax requires right now, until later tonight, the bond and then the transient merchant, application or permit. But that's all that Fairfax requires at this point.
Insurance.
Oh, and insurance, yeah, we have to give proof of insurance and like have them on your policy, so.
So do we not want to take any action on this until we see if there's a need for this further down the road? I think we're gonna we'll address the bond thing here shortly, but I don't see any need for this at this point when there's one vendor.
Thank you.
So is that a no action, Cynthia?
Yep.
Okay,
And I assume 10 will be no.
did we need a vote on the no action or was discussion good enough? Okay. Then we'll move on to item number 10, which is discussion of the fees for mobile food trucks.
So that's gotta be no action if you don't have an ordinance for mobile food truck.
Okay.
So your license is just gonna go to the transient.
So they'll get a transient license and then they'll do a certificate of insurance showing us it's an additional insured and then that should be.
So that doesn't address the current requirements for bond though, right?
That's.
That's
The
under
next
somewhere.
Next slide.
Item does,
We'll get down there.
Which item now?
11.
11, okay. Number 11. Transient merchants requirements.
This is just removing that section. Section, hang on, I don't have it big enough for me to bring it.
122.06.
Okay. Just removing that paragraph.
So that requirement will be removed and the permit fees will remain as $25 then annually?
Yeah, no
that
other
correct?
change is being
It's
suggested.
just removing the bond language.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call please.
Aye.
Okay,
Hey, can I interrupt? I'm sorry. I don't, but I've had a couple phone calls on the mobile food trucks on someone's private property. But they required to have the city's permit.
Are they selling?
No, the graduations or whatnot. And we're all in agreement with that.
Yeah, I would say for
Because
that
can't
type of.
attract people,
Well,
Yeah,
just
no.
open the transient merchant chapter and I think it's pretty clear.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't deal with transient merchant chapters.
You can give me that, those phone calls.
so as long as they're not selling their product.
Right.
Okay, good question. Okay. So that was a motion to introduce and approve the first reading.
I'll make a motion to suspend. The required. Okay.
Roll call please.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, also, would you want to consider a motion for the final passage and adoption?
So moved.
Second.
Roll
Aye.
call.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all three readings approved tonight.
Well, back it up a second, the food vendors, they have to be licensed through the Wood County.
Yeah, through the county public health, they have to be licensed and pass an inspection and everything,
Okay,
so.
or eating and sell food
Yeah.
regardless. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Move on to item number 12. We started discussing last month some of the current sign regulations. This is a continuation of that discussion. No motion. A couple things that came up last month, Chris. The flags, the feather flags. Revolving signs.
I guess the question among staff was, were you wanting to make any changes to any of the sign ordinance? So it was unclear whether the council was wanting to change the ordinance or just, I guess,
So currently the ordinance does not allow her feather flag.
Correct.
Okay, so I do wanna make a change then. So I showed Nick this, I'll just show you guys so you can see. I was in Ankeny. And they must have an ordinance that you can see there's just one here and one here. And those were the only two that they had. They also allowed one wind person. So here they have two. In front of Fire Circle. And then they have like a wind person. And I was in Gunberg and they, same thing, they had a business and it only had two. So if we're going to allow them, I guess I would be more inclined to like let them have them. And just limit, so maybe it's not crazy with a million of them, you know, like you could have one or two, something that's reasonable. And then have some kind of language that if they get faded, tattered, something. That they have to be replaced or taken down. I think that's.
Are
reasonable.
we talking about the feather flags or?
Yeah, the feather flags.
Including the wacky inflatable tube map?
The only person that's ever had one in town is my dad. And he just used to put it out for fun.
I was gonna say, that had it out for USA Days.
Yeah.
That was her dad.
Yeah, that was, yeah, so he just puts it out for fun every now and then. Yeah, yeah, so that's, you know, he's had it for a long time, that's. So there again, if you have one of those, I would say you have one and it's not a permanent fixture.
So
Yeah,
can
maybe
you,
just. I don't
Cindy,
know.
can you go to the pictures of the signs and pull up those feather flags where there's 5 or 6 in there?
Which none of these pictures are of my flag.
No,
Yeah, no, this is in Cedar Rapids.
Yeah,
Brooke
so
was there.
that would be limited to 1 then, Mary Ann, instead of.
One per
So
block.
like, I would say like, or you, I would say no more than 2, you know,
There's 6
so,
there total, I didn't get one.
Would
Yeah.
that be considered per lot, because that's 2 different street, you know, lot? So
It
that-
could
well,
be.
or is it what, is it per
It could be
owner?
more.
Or is it, at this point, is it all per business or per owner?
Yeah.
I guess would be the other question, is that how you would say
Yeah,
that?
like right there
In that picture.
on our friend on Edgewood there,
That's on
Yeah,
16th.
here's the one I got,
Avenue.
16, they just
Yeah.
have 2.
Mhm.
So I'll show you, these were the 2.
The one above said on Wright Brothers.
Yeah,
So they just have 2 here because the bar you go into is clear down underneath. To get people's attention to know that it's there,
oh, yeah.
but that's all they have is 2.
Mhm.
But I easily found an occasion where they had them, but they didn't have a ton of them, they just had.
There's only the hard.
Yeah,
Oh, there he is.
yeah,
And he
that's a big.
that is a big one. My dad was like, not even as big as the garage door. Yeah,
I'm fine with the feather flags, I'm not saying inflatable ones.
I think those would be more just like a special event, right?
Yeah.
Something like that's gonna be.
So essentially, right now, we're just not enforcing that part of the ordinance, which
correct.
was instructions, and I was unclear whether you wanted to actually change the ordinance or just.
Are we going to ignore the ordinance or do you want to change it? Yes, that is moving forward, that would be
Well, we should probably change it.
that's what I would
That's
say.
right. I agree with that. Do you also want, the current ordinance also does not allow for revolving signs or flashing signs? How does council feel about those?
Can we define what flashing
I
sign
think
is?
there's city hall signs,
Yes,
has words flashing along it.
That's one of them. And then the bank has a revolving one on their kids down there.
And
Those are two
the
thousand.
Sunrise Nutrition has a flashing sign.
That is true.
So hanging in window flashing open is, would be not allowed.
I mean,
Flashing signs like that. That's like a business.
Flashing signs would be under a certain size, otherwise you'd have a lighted billboard, you know, by 4x8.
How big is ours?
I don't know.
Well, do know that all sign permits come to you guys.
Right, I know.
But if it's allowed, then you have a hard time saying no.
You remember the billboard that got put up out here?
Yeah. We still remember the billboard.
I don't remember that.
So Chris needs some guidance how to amend the ordinance here for your review.
So maybe Mary Ann, a couple feather flags and. The flashing signs.
Allow the flashing.
Well, open signs, I'm seeing, you know,
Right.
Sunrise Nutrition right over here with it, I mean, how else are they gonna let them know that they're there unless you literally pull up?
Do you want to limit the size? That would Nick concern, was that we don't get something that's crazy,
Sure.
but then how big is our sign? That was the next.
you for choosing free
Flashing or is that just?
Well, it's scrolling, and that actually, it does spell out scrolling slash flashing.
Just curious if we ever actually find anyone for a sign.
Well, someone from the city stopped by my coffee trailer and told my employees to take it down.
That
Yeah.
was before the last council meeting.
He's just following.
He's
I
doing a
know,
good job. He's all right.
but you all are not even following it with your sign, so,
I agree.
you know.
That is-
Well, they could put up that sign.
Still working.
But still,
We don't own
we let
it
them
either.
have their sign.
We don't own it either.
It doesn't
Not our
matter, you're
sign.
still using it.
But I,
That is correct.
So what kind of size would we want then?
Again, how big is our sign?
That you
What's-
don't own it.
It's not ours.
On our,
Well, how big is the sign that we
So, hold on,
use?
hold on. If we're saying, just to get this out there, if we're saying that we don't own the sign, so it's okay, so it's in someone's best interest to vet out the sign. And they can put whatever they want in there, is that they're responsible?
No,
No,
We're
No.
trying to find a solution. I just don't want people to call it a city sign.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we can't have any flashing scrolling signs bigger than the one that the city leases out. So somebody please find out how big it is. And then we'll put that in the motion, that you can't have more than 2 feathered flags per business location.
we don't have a motion on the agenda, Chris.
Oh, all right, well,
We're just
somebody's
giving-
making it.
Chris, listen,
And-
Chris,
I'm sorry, no, I'm not.
Are you making notes?
Sorry, I was.
So we,
So I have the 2 feathered flags.
yes, and I would like to allow the wind people only. They can't be up for more than 24 hours. Special occasions only.
Like for the feather flag?
No, for the people.
Oh, the Gumbies.
The Gumbies.
Yeah, 87 years old, he wants to bring Gumby out for twice a year, I wanna, but that's fine.
No, the Gumby can be up no more than 24 hours.
Just like for like maybe 2 days tops. Yeah, like for a special occasion, holiday, something like that.
I can see a new business.
For a day or two, I don't, grand event, whatever.
So that'd be 48 hours. You do that.
There you go. And then let's move to no more than 2 feather flags per
that.
business. And what other thing
The
did we
flash.
need to address?
Scrolling.
Flashing, scrolling.
I
Same
just
size as this sign.
can't be any larger than the one that we have.
How big is that compared to bank?
That's what I was asking, Chris, how many people?
The bank is revolving, so we also have to allow a revolving sign that's no bigger than the banks.
well, or you could,
There's this room.
you could change your ordinance now, that's in place.
It's already there.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what, can't we,
I'm
Gonna
gonna
do that?
You don't have to, that's what I'm saying, you don't have to go by that side. You wanna make no revolving signs, and in the future, there won't be. You're not gonna, changing the law now
it's
will
just
not
a
make
freak
them take
occurrence
that.
that we have that one.
That's his name, don't recall.
Okay, so
But don't change it, because
we're not going to change the revolving sign then, because that needs to just go away eventually at some point.
It's just been repaired.
It'll be there forever, but there won't be any new ones.
Yeah, they.
Okay, so are we good with all that? We have lots to do yet.
Chris, so next month, Chris will come forward with the ordinance changes based off of your guidance. Okay,
Still, take no,
pardon me?
I can't hear you.
take no action against the, that ordinance
Exactly, yeah.
in the meantime.
Okay. Moving on to number 13, this is our ordinance change proposal regarding urban chickens and ducks. Chris, you want to start us off, and Deanna's here to support.
Yeah, so I gave Deanna the ordinance that council looked at back in 2018. She made some changes to it, got it back to me. And then from there, Cynthia made some changes to what I guess Cynthia and I feel might be the best fit. Obviously, council's has every right to change that from there. Cynthia, do you have any? I had some, I guess, thoughts on the class that you would have to take. I have no idea what's in this class. I do have a farm. I do have people that get chickens and 6 months later want to drop them off at my house. And I also have people that once they quit laying eggs, they want to drop them off at my house. A lot of people don't realize that chickens don't lay eggs forever. And then the day they quit laying eggs, they don't just fall over and die. So there's, I guess, to me, there should be some education. And maybe the class addresses this, but what do you do with the bird that doesn't lay eggs anymore? You know, yeah,
Except we don't want that
Within this
side.
ordinance, there is no butchery in chickens, a lot of it says, so. If you're gonna eat it, you need to go out the counter.
So the other part, to the addition to this, I sent a couple minutes to Chris, so I talked with Ely and Marion. And they both require a class, a lot of the cities do. Both of them are different in. They said especially since COVID, they used to require a certain classes like Indian Creek Nature Center. And certain approved classes, but since COVID, there weren't as many online at the time. So some of them just allowed a certification that you could get online. For example, like for my ducks, and I talked with Indian Creek Nature Center and Iowa State University has some classes, but they don't have them on ducks. So for me and my ducks, there are some online courses, but they're not approved, like they're approved classes. I think just based on my brief research, most people that would want to take this on would take a reliable course, not just a YouTube commercial. It'd be nice to have a certification when you're going through, to get a permit. A lot of the cities require it. And a couple other things that are additions that are, the fees. Ely requires a $10 fee with their permit, Marion doesn't require a fee. The Marion, so Ely started with about 12 permits. They thought that they'd have a lot more. They're similar to us. And they only currently have about 10. And they advised that if we feel like it's a touchy subject, to give it a year and then come back. See how many people have done it, see how many nuisance calls we've had, but to give it a year, give the residents a chance and see how it goes. Marion said that they have had 117 permits, however, they don't require an update to their permits. So they just recently sent out a postcard saying like, hey, do you still have these chickens? Or do you still have these ducks? And while they've gotten a lot back, they still don't know. So they advised also that we at least have it every 3 years that you require a permit update, something like that, because they don't have one, and they said that that's a mistake that they've made. So going forward, we can learn from their mistakes. Based on complaints, neither of them have had to revoke a permit. Based on complaints, Ely doesn't really have it, hasn't had complaints, and Marion's had about 5. And they both have the limit of 6 hens and no roosters. So. That's a lot. We'll keep it to 6. The other thing that I've approved or advocated for was before in your proposal of the ordinance, it didn't allow eggs to be sold at markets. I feel like since we have our farmers market, that would be just like people sell produce, they can sell their eggs. There's farm fresh eggs at the top for free at the library for the food pantry. There weren't really any other changes, big changes, I don't think. There were a couple things just as far as it said food should be kept away from wild birds. It's impossible to keep birds from not swooping down and getting food that's out and about. But you know, we do bring our food into the home, so don't leave it overnight. But for the most part, the original ordinance looks pretty good. There were just a couple changes here and there.
Something that was added was chicken tractors. Does everybody know?
Oh, yeah, so I changed that because the vocabulary was used, there were different words used in different places. And when I talked to the Marion chapter, which ours was basically, or ordinance, that was basically identical to theirs. She wasn't too sure either in the use of tractors versus other things. So she said that we might want to be more specific in what exactly is a hen house, a pen, a chicken tractor. My ducks aren't chickens, so they don't have a chicken tractor. They just are out in the yard. But, So that's something else that Marion had advised.
And you had, I think, a duck house in here, but since they have to be hens, I just made hen house. It doesn't
Yeah,
have.
that's fine. I did, yeah.
The other thing that I questioned and Chris and I discussed it is that they can have 3 cubic feet of manure.
I did not, yeah. That was the same thing for Marion and for Cedar Rapids.
Oh, 3 cubic feet, not a
3
cubic.
cubic feet is half the width.
Feet, yeah.
3 cubic feet.
But
Yeah,
3
that-
Yard, that's.
Oh, yeah, cubic feet,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
27, yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing Cynthia and I discussed in here that potentially could become a problem is, under the permit required, number 2 application. Section E there, it says the applicant had to provide a brief serve notice and obtain approval from all residents immediately adjacent to the tract of land intended to be used to keep urban chickens or ducks. The applicant's intended to obtain the permit. Cynthia brought to mind the idea that, so this person gets a permit, they have 6 birds there, and a month later, the house behind themselves, we got a new resident now that did not approve chickens, that might have an issue with it. My take on it was, you know, they should have been aware of that chicken coop when they bought the property.
Yeah.
The chickens were there first. To me, I didn't think it was an issue. Once they have approval from the people around them, the budding property owners, they have it, period. Regardless of those houses sell or not. I just want to throw that out there because that is probably the complaint we'll end up with first.
And when they come to renew, then do they have to bring new signed? Cause they're making a new application?
For renewal, you don't need to.
So Marion and Ely, like, would you probably get consent from this firm?
Yeah, so they both have, they have the consent by their neighbors. Yeah.
Would you write original permit consent and then renewals, you don't need to
I
have.
would say renewals are not liable for, because if there's a nuisance issue, you'll know about it before
Right,
then.
that's my thoughts on it too.
So that's my take on
So
that.
what if there's a break in renewal?
I'm sorry.
What if you have a lapse in renewal?
Then they would have to get a new one.
Well, and it's not written that on a renewal, they don't have to.
But that's what I'm saying, you have to change that.
Yeah.
Well. I mean, ducks can live 5 to 10 years, so if I, for example, my neighbor moves and I go to do my renewal. And my ducks. I don't know, that's tough, cause I wouldn't, and my new neighbor says no, well, no, they're.
We aren't gonna.
Yeah, we're-
Oh, no,
Sorry, I missed.
We're not, yeah, no,
So that's something you want to change.
yes.
So you want to leave the class in and you want to make the renewal not have to have their approval.
That's the original permit.
Just the original.
Or reapplication.
And the other thing, so Ely requires a physical person to come, but Marion doesn't, and they said that they really haven't had any problems. They just submit a picture and a drawing of their land of what their coop would look like, and then if the neighbors have complaints or something, you know, they encourage, then they'll have a nuisance report. But that, because I know before we talked about how much time and effort it would take to, you know, inspectors to go around and checking coops and all those things. And Marion said it hasn't really been a problem. So that's something also that we can ask in our application, is that you submit a picture.
Chris, do you want to do an inspection?
It's totally up to council, if you guys want, I don't anticipate us getting more than maybe 6 of these.
Would you want like an initial site plan, is that coming like that?
Or if we can do initial walkthrough once they have their birds in their coop up and just walk through once to make sure it's fine. From there on, it's gonna be nuisance driven by the neighbors, you know.
Right.
Okay, so let's do that. Did we address the selling at market issue? I
Yes,
think if you wanna, did we change that?
we took out that they couldn't sell them, right, Chris?
Yeah, I believe so.
So it does say they
That's
can
it.
sell them, right? Okay.
They can sell them. Or trade with their neighbor for favors.
Would you be interested in if it was someone went to the city, got the application, got everything okay, putting together a packet to help them successful?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Ethan and I talked about, cannot be approved as a class person. I only honestly know ducks, I don't know chickens. So I can put down, you know, what I know and my friends who have chickens, just tidbits. Honestly, they'll get really great information from the class that they have to take. But,
It's all
Anything that pertains to Fairfax, you can kind of tweak that, obviously, this
Right.
scenario, Chris will go out and inspect it, and answer questions, but what you said, there's people that come to your place, hey, I don't want these, they're not laying anymore, they may learn that in class, but there's got to be a few questions. and
right, right,
Help me make it
Yeah.
successful for everyone.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, and, I mean, they wouldn't be able to do that because we're only allowed to have 6. So like, you can't just give them to your neighbor or, and so forth, so.
Right, Chris.
I got that.
Well, that thing we talked about was like, cause last month, everybody was kind of like, well, what happens if, like, there's all these violations? Well, as part of like their permit or whatever, they should have to sign waivers, and these are the expectations. And then it's like, okay, they know, like, step A, B, and C happens, and no more chickens or ducks for you.
Well, that says that.
Have that in this ordinance.
Yeah.
So the ordinance says.
I just don't know.
And I'm really excited about, I think that just in talking with other towns, they all thought it was gonna be a big deal, and there'd be all these calls and all these things, and it really hasn't. And they've all been surprised that it hasn't been that big of a deal.
I think by making your neighbors sign off on it, you take care of that problem.
Yes.
They're not getting surprised with chickens one morning, when they wake
Right.
up, or they walk out the door.
And Marion said the only real time they've had nuisances is if there's a random chicken in their yard, in someone's yard, you know, calling saying, there's a chicken in my yard. And then they call the, would you talk to your neighbor, and there's, so, then it's done. But also, as it says in the ordinance, it's your chicken, and if harm comes to that chicken, it's not that neighbor's fault, so.
So are we okay with the 3 cubic feet of manure?
Yes.
Yeah.
And are we okay with the chicken tractors? Does everybody understand what that is? It's
I
a
know.
coop on wheels with no
Well, it's
floor.
open, so they poop in the yard and just move it, right?
Yeah, so the coop can move around, the,
But doesn't that allow predators to get into the coop?
Does it what?
Doesn't it allow predators to get into the coop?
I can go way down the grass,
It's down on the ground.
Oh,
and you just slide it.
And there's
well, then I don't care.
Jack's up down there.
As long as it's not an eyesore, I don't
The only
care.
thing with that would be if it gets too close to the neighbors.
4 foot setback.
They're gonna let the neighbors sign off on it, so.
Well, it says
well,
you gotta have
on
4 foot
this
setback.
location,
Says you gotta have 4 foot
it's on the other side of the lot. If
Says you
it
gotta have
moves
4 foot
around next to
setback.
me, I'm not.
Yeah.
in yours.
So the tractor,
Okay.
when it's 4 feet.
I think we're fine with what you got then.
But we have to make the renewal change, right?
It's 25 foot from my house. The house is built right on the floor. 5 foot long.
25 foot from a house.
That's already written in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the big house in Harlem Heights, but the other two.
I'm gonna make that comment.
I don't think you get all the neighbors.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
You have real popular, man. That's,
Oh, the other thing was, the size of the coop. Most of the places say 4, the farm that I got my ducks from said 3 square feet. I didn't know if I'm fine keeping it either way. I just know that ours is like slightly, it's like 4 by 3.5. So,
How does that relate to chicken though?
The channel will have a certain size of the.
it's supposed to be, when I got my ducks, when the farm I got them from, they said 3 square feet per duck. So our home is slightly bigger than, it's just within that, but I guess chickens are maybe 4. When doing other research, it's some other farms say 4 for ducks too. So I just don't know how strict we wanted to be on the four. I really don't wanna get out of the coop, it was a pain in the butt to build. So that was my only thing, it was like, ours is slightly smaller, but I don't, you know.
Well, I think you have to have it, what you intend to enforce.
Right. So that's what, like, in mine, I had said, in the change, I said 3, but this says 4. I think 3 is good also for our winters. I found that it helps keep them warmer. They survived the negative 30 degrees.
Council want that change?
Sure, I don't think it really matters.
Couple of inches.
I guess one other point on this, maybe to point out, is this is only allowed in single family residence, so the multi-family would not be allowed to have it as written. So throw out there.
So like if you're in the condos, they wouldn't be able to. have it.
Right, exactly. That's what-
I feel like I do.
Well, those are all shared properties. I don't know, if
Yeah,
they
right.
probably have rules about that.
I know associates rule probably wouldn't allow
But
ordinance.
you're potentially gonna do damage to your yard with it. So that's probably what the condos would want.
And I think it's, in that one, does it say something about rental versus own also? One of them said you had to own, but like you couldn't be a renter. And
So the renters don't move out in the middle of the night and leave their chickens.
I don't see that.
Cause that may be something else too.
It's just, I just wanted to point out that it was single family only.
Here it says, shall mean any building that contains only one dwelling unit used, intended, rented, leased, let, or hired to be occupied for living purposes. So it obviously allows rented.
Renters.
Doesn't say.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess they don't have to find that.
And then it says the applicant shall mean the owner or renter of a tract of land.
Oh, attractive later.
I think you should take out,
What's that?
I think we should take out renter.
They can only have it if they own the land.
Well, I guess they would have to ask their landlord anyway, so.
That's true.
The insides.
I have no idea.
Both sides still approve. Underneath.
Well, the owner might.
No, but if they
How
go
they
through
do
the
that.
application, they get,
And I guess-
they go through the application process, you're still asking both sides to sign off on it before you can get.
Well,
I think further than that, Brian, what's behind
The property,
Yeah, but we're talking ownership. The owner could live in another state.
well, but if they sign off on it.
We're not, nothing in here requires the owner to sign off on it. It can be the owner or the renter.
Well, I'm fine.
That's on the owner at that point, I think, right?
They don't know that other people have chickens.
That's how you know.
The owner of the property,
What
I'm,
about the
I'm fine with the way it
if your
is.
leasing's gonna, I mean, you gotta be on top of some of that stuff as the owner of the property, right?
Not supposed to be.
Yeah, that's between them, sorry.
That's nice.
That's what I
Do
said,
you want-
we're getting right into the rental.
I just want to be clear though, abutting doesn't mean every neighbor on each side, that's all the way around.
The surrounding property,
Right, the surrounding properties,
not across the street, but just adjoining.
not across the
property
street, but any touching property line.
Do we want to add a requirement that the owner sign the application along with any renter?
Yeah, so that way the application is for those people, not the property.
Well, to answer to a question of that, if there was a. For some reason that went awry, we had to find assessed to the property, that'd be the owner's responsibility, correct?
Right.
So it probably would be a bad idea to add the owner in there.
Or I think that Brian agrees in there. Up to 2 people.
So that's.
We good?
So, We have lots of changes to this, so does that mean we aren't taking any action tonight? We have to come back with a revised ordinance, sounds like. To make sure we've got everything incorporated is what I would recommend. No action pending updates. Thanks, Deanna. So her stay on her ducks continues in effect.
Yeah.
Chicken. Okay, we'll move on to item number 14. Chris has come up with a proposed rental housing regulations to look at here.
Yeah. All right. The rental housing, regulations. Been over this many times. I think it's pretty complete. We don't like. I don't envision us kicking this off till beginning of next year, 2025, so I guess. I'd like to see you make the first, pass this, the first reading. And then just leave it, so we can get comments back. Cynthia and I had talked, we're gonna put a little snippet in the, facts. To get comments back from the public on this. But ultimately, yeah, kicking this off the first of 25.
You build this off of another municipalities ordinance, is this from another city's ordinance? Or based-
Yeah, this came from, Palo,
Palo.
which I did the inspections up there for them for years. There's a checklist that goes with it, I guess I can share that with you next session, that in here. That as far as inspection, what we're actually looking at,
But yeah, inspection form,
yeah, for the rental inspections form. What the inspector's actually looking at. A lot of it's general maintenance of the
How
property.
long have they had that? Have they done
I
that?
can't answer that, I started going up there in 18 and I was doing.
And it was in
this.
place and you started.
They had it in place. So,
have you come across anything major when you're doing those up there?
oh yeah,
Yeah,
few things, especially Palo because they had so much flood damage. Yeah. A lot of vending issues. Another thing, aspect of this that I think is beneficial for the city is it does give the renter. The ability to come to the city for help. We've had those people come in the past. Have been able to do it before, other than call them. When county public health, and that does nothing.
they don't do much either.
I think it's good next move for the city.
How many rentals we had?
Stacy, don't answer that better. Well, we have 2 complexes up here. Just the apartments that I can think of, Railroad Street, Burger Lane. I don't.
We have more than
Factory.
one thing.
We have a lot of
There's
brand new houses that are rentals.
Yeah.
And for the lights.
Where do you think?
A lot of the houses on the Meadow Oak
Yes.
are
Those
rental.
condos are a lot of different rented. I know there's some older homes in the old part of town that are rented. But it's gonna take some effort for us to get all the, I think, to get all the landlords in here to get registered. Just go, but I think it's the right move for the city.
So you're gonna take 2 years, 1 year, you do half, 1 year and half of next year,
No, I think this week's do them all.
you do them every year, inspection every year.
I think this reads every other year, doesn't it? It's-
But initially you would inspect them all.
Right,
1 year,
right.
and then after that it's.
Exactly. Unless we get a complaint. We're at the records.
Chris, is this the code that we made, took out the appeal board and made it council?
Yes, I believe it is.
I just can't locate the paragraph. If you read Friday's version and not Monday's version, Friday's version had that you had to have an appeal board established, or board of appeals, and we made that the council instead.
0.08. That's where we, instead of creating another board that.
Oh, yeah.
We'd have to man up the volunteers, we're gonna do it with council.
I just wanted to bring that change to, the rest of the changes we made this week were grammatical, spelling, spacing.
Why don't we, I would agree, why don't we go ahead and just move this the first reading and, put something in the back so people can. So we're not missing something that we don't realize is gonna be there. So I will move first.
We have a second,
Second.
roll call, please. And so we're not gonna go any further, so we're not gonna consider suspending the addition.
No.
Okay. In between will be some facts. Okay,
There's a lot, people need to know that it's going on.
so we're gonna, also in conjunction with this item number 15, look at the inspection fees.
I think we should wait until it passes before we pass that.
Do it Friday.
Yeah,
Have you looked at that? Are you fine with them? Should- You want to
Whether
adjust?
one is, weight investigation, 85 per unit, what if it's like just. The complainer just frivolous complaints,
first
I
complaint
suppose-
is free, second complaint
I
is,
suppose at the investigation, then we just say there's nothing to this, so we're not gonna charge the landlord any fee.
right?
I guess we could add some language that if you keep complaining about things like that, we'll charge the complainer the fee, if you wanted to do something like that.
Or even in this complaint investigation, if
warranted.
more, found
Yes.
true or,
Yes,
Unfounded or baseless or
yeah.
the complainer.
baseless, yes.
Basketball
Investigation fee,
challenge.
maybe,
Challenge fails.
maybe complaint investigation fee if corrections are required.
Something like that.
Yeah,
Does this cover the cost? I mean,
I have no idea.
well, based on what you do in payroll, bringing. I'm assuming this is what payrolls are.
Yeah, we've never had a complaint investigation fee in cable. Honestly, we've never had a complaint. There are lots of corrections on some of the units when we go to do the,
Just your annual inspections.
yeah, annual inspections.
We have no one call in.
Having them there, no,
So the first year it's gonna be $100, and then every other year they're gonna pay $50
$100 per parcel,
per parcel. Okay.
and then the inspection fee is $50 per unit, so 12 blacks. $600 for that first.
And that's just the first year, and then what about?
Reinspection per unit, is $100. That's if you don't make the corrections, and we gotta come back and re-inspect.
But what happens when you go back in 2 years? Is there another?
Can we
Yeah,
clarify
yeah.
that, Chris?
Like correction, reinspection or something?
Yeah, so if you do an inspection and you find things and they fix them, they're not, because a reinspection fee sounds like if you have to fix anything and you have to re-inspect, you're gonna charge them a fee. So can we clarify that
No problem.
so that it's clear?
Now, these, again, you can modify these fees, these are the fees they had up there, they don't have 12 boxes up there. Right.
I think to Tom's point, it'd be interesting to take an estimate of how long it would take you to get through them.
It honestly depends on the unit, some of them you can breeze right through, because they're in really good shape, well maintained. Others, it's the same with the building. With new build outs, there's one, I'm up an hour every day. Oh,
You could put it per hour.
yeah, you could do that, you could change that.
I just wanna make sure that this program we possibly bring on won't bury you, and that it's gonna cover.
Well,
It's gonna cover your costs and the fees that we have.
so right now, one of the new maintenance guys, Eric Bunspracher, that we recently hired, he's been coming with me on a couple of housing inspections, and he's really adamant about learning this and getting certified. So. Really hoping, Eric's,
Got yourself a deputy, huh?
well, I'm getting up there in age.
I mean, is there another way to do this so that they rotate, like you do a certain number, street or location, or alphabetically, you take owners this, do you know what I mean, that you could break it up like in some way where you just do like A's and B's this month, you know, that, so that you're not constant, you know. So you're not
Really
overwhelmed
difficult.
trying to do all of them.
The tough part's gonna be getting through the first initial.
But then the next year, then don't you have the same issue with the rechecks? They'll all be due at the same time.
Yeah, well, that's part
It
of,
just perpetuates that. That whole
Yeah.
thing,
We'll
so
have to
it just
work
seemed
through
like there'd be an
it.
easier way, just like your driver's license, you know, your renewal was a different, your birthday month, or, you know what I mean, not. for
Well,
this,
yeah, he's
but-
not gonna get them all issued in one month.
No.
So if he gets through part of them in August, or let's say February or whatever, then maybe not until April. The February ones will renew in February, the April ones are gonna renew in April. I mean, it's gonna be 12 months from when they're issued, right?
Yeah, that's something to think about, I think.
But you know what I mean, it's
Think
hard
about
for the
that.
owners then to know
Right.
when you're coming for an inspection, or
Right.
not that you wanna give them a big heads up, but.
The first thing probably you need to know
Yeah.
is how many there are.
Yeah, I just think there should be.
Safety
something
can
to
give you a
that.
good idea.
Yeah.
part
So-
of Chris commenting on Derek, that's part of the multiple task thing and trying to get him maybe into part of this, maybe get him part of the fire inspections, just for stuff for the future. So that's just stuff we've been bouncing back and forth amongst ourselves, trying to figure out solutions. So that will come more into play later.
I'm confident it's gonna work out. It's just getting it going.
So do you wanna change this to an hourly inspection fee? Whether it be one rate for the initial and a higher rate for re-inspections? I think you have to have a higher rate for re-inspection, even if it's. You inspect it, something's wrong, if you have to go back, it should cost them more money. It has to be a deterrent
Yeah.
to get it right.
You shouldn't, because you only have to re-inspect.
Reinspect, yeah, you won't be there long.
But you can have it higher.
You're only looking at the items. that-
Well, I just I don't wanna like have one, like, I've got one outlet that's non-compliant and I gotta now pay $100 to have him. I don't want that kind of.
No, that's.
Well,
not
if we
the
do an
issue. Reinspection
hourly-
fee is if they call us and say, come back, we have the work done, and you come back, and this happens often on the construction side, the work isn't actually done. Oh, and you call them, they say, oh, I thought my guy was gonna be there.
But a re-inspection is because they didn't have it right in the first place.
I'm
That's not
talking more
the way
like
I
it's.
use it, I use it for, here's the list you need to fix. And then they call back and say, I got it done, and I show up and it's not done. Then I say, now you're paying the reinspection fee for me to come back next time.
Oh, so you're already doing that corrective, you're already checking the corrective
But
method.
Part of
that
the
needs
first
to
one,
be-
in my opinion.
That's
not
why
how
I was
this
like,
is
we need to
worked.
clarify that, because
Yeah.
if you're going back to fix
Clarify that.
one little thing, I don't want.
But if we have an hourly and they only have one or two things, it's gonna be smaller than somebody's got 10 things on their list.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me, I guess.
So just play with the numbers and.
I just want it to be reasonable. Our job isn't to make money off
Right.
Yes.
of people.
But it's also to cover his costs
Yeah.
and time.
So. In the original ordinance, I have a question. What's the recourse here if the property owner does not allow you on the property to make the inspection?
Well,
Is there anything written in the ordinance that addresses that?
good question, Julie.
Well, it
You're
would be a
saying-
municipal infraction. We have a whole chapter about
You're
it.
saying they come and they actually do the paperwork to become a registered landlord and then say, you're not.
No, they don't even come
Yeah,
forward.
that's where the problem's gonna start, is where they say, we're not
Where
gonna.
they're hiding that they're a landlord.
Right, that.
Right, so
I
what's,
imagine that'd be the
what's
problem.
our? Is there a reference
Municipal
to the-
infraction.
Yeah, I think that's your only recourse.
Anytime somebody doesn't follow our code, it's a
I mean,
municipal
and so there's
infraction.
a fine associated with that.
Yes, $750 the first day, $500 each day.
So when someone signs up for water, not that everyone has city water, you find out their renters or owners at that point?
Yes,
You can get that in the database, but as far as all the old renters, you don't really have a clue.
Oh, what?
All the renters that have been around for 10 years or so.
well, we've been asking them if
For a
they're
while.
renters for at least 15 years since
So you
I've
should
been
know
here.
who all your renters are then.
You know, unless somebody hasn't moved out, then it's a long-term renter.
So have you given enough feedback on the inspection fees themselves to
I think so.
come back with
Yeah, I think. we-
So no action tonight, okay? Pending updates. Okay. All right, so let's move on to number 16. Chris,
So our building permit policy, obviously, you know that, commercial building permits come up here in council. I had a case this last month on agricultural land, does that need to come to council or not? Didn't state it anywhere, I got to look at, there's a lot of agricultural land within city limits, a lot of it. So I'm suggesting you make this revision, and also industrial is another one that isn't spelled out that needs to come to council, so I made that revision, shared it with Shane Wiggs. We're recommending that you approve this, so all agricultural building permits and all industrial building permits now are required in writing to come up here to council for approval,
As well as commercial.
Perfect.
as well as commercial that was already in there.
So when K and B came in here last year, they didn't technically have to, or was a year and a half for their scale? Didn't they do something with the new scale?
No, they're commercial, they're C2.
Oh, that is commercial.
Yeah, it's the big one's the ag, there's a lot of ag around, that's in our city limits that. Industrial, it was never spelled out, but we always did it. But definitely, I think it needs to be in writing.
So moved.
roll call please.
I,
Thank you.
I can pronounce that company in there.
All right, number 17, resolution for a pay application from number 2.
chicken.
Number 2, and John's gonna tell us how to pronounce that.
Chicken fry. Chicken fry.
She cried,
Around forever.
water main and extension.
Yeah, water main extension just got wrapped up a few weeks ago, so this payout two is the last regular payout. Paying them everything except for retainage, which will be on the line. Any questions?
One does plan, no issue.
Oh, good. It went great.
Very good job.
It went great. Helps when the foreman has like 40 years of experience and he knows what he's doing. So,
Incredible, that's the first time.
Yeah.
I've been here, but that's, they were asking when they can come back.
yeah,
Really?
I don't know.
they're interested in this, we have this sewer project up next. A couple items down, they're gonna ask me about that, they're sending off the court, so. Anyway, any questions on this payout?
I'll make a motion.
Second, roll call.
I,
Thank you. Number 18, resolution to enter an agreement with Soil Concepts for seeding warranty period on this same project.
So we do this on a few projects, prior to closing out Chick Price contract and accepting the work. We'll need to enter a supplemental agreement with Soil Concepts, so they're on the hook for the next 12 months for the seed. Any questions?
so did they already seed it? You're just, in
They
case it
seeded
doesn't
it.
take, cause it's too hot.
Yeah, and we've had them on the other projects, I think every project we've had them on, they come back at least once, but I don't know, we got a lot of rain and it's stayed kind of cool, grass looks actually pretty darn good up there, but.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
I,
Thank you. Continuing on number 19, the same project. Recommendation to accept the work.
So yeah, we recommend you accept it, like we said, it went well, no change orders, no hiccups. We actually came in almost 13,000 below their original contract, just from some quantities not needing to be used in full, so that's nice. Yeah, I think it's as good as it possibly could have, so.
I need a motion to accept.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please. Want to kick it?
I,
I,
Thank you. Number 20. Resolution to enter into professional service agreement with Holland Hall on the sanitary sewer rehab project.
So this is the little project that was set aside in CIP, for sewer point repairs and lining. There was $190,000 set aside for it. So this is the engineering services for that. If you recall, a few years ago, Kevin and Brian had, these lines televised. We looked at them, did a preliminary evaluation on, and now it's finally time to do the final evaluation. Figure out the assortment of pipe segments that can fit within the budget, send it out for quotes. The price or the budget, we don't have to do public bidding on it, we'll just be competitive quotes, so we'll administer that, throw some plans together. Did the construction admin for it, notify property owners, all that good stuff. Any questions with our?
Are you guys gonna re-televise then to find if the problem areas are? how
No,
are you
so
doing
goal
that?
is, since there's only, 170,000 now for construction set aside. In talking with Brian, we'll probably, hopefully we can get 6, 7, 8 pipelines that just need lined. Where leaky joints, iron intrusion, that sort of thing. So those we don't need to re-televise. Potentially, if we do this again next year and we tack on the point repairs, which is way more intrusive, digging up the lines, replacing segments. Above and beyond just lining, maybe. But these, the contractor will go through and they'll camera everything before they do any work, just in case something pops up that we didn't catch prior. But usually when you're just exclusively lining stuff, there shouldn't be an issue.
There's have to go through like general roots and stuff, right?
So they told me, and just asking at one of the conferences, they'll run through one group, what they do, they go through camera it, see what it looks like currently. So that they know what they need to do, then they get all the locations on the sewer services coming in. They'll fix whatever they need to fix at that point. Hopefully there won't be too many changes from the previous cameraing. They'll do the lining, then they go back in, cut out the services with the unit. And that's, then that should be done.
Yeah.
And once that's done, it's supposed to be another 50 years for that piece, so.
And it should save some time. We'll have all that included in the plans, the service locations, all the video notes from a preliminary evaluation, so they should be able to just kind of look through things, get comfortable with it. They'll still camera it first, but, since we kind of, me, Brian and Kevin, and done the legwork prior, shouldn't be too many surprises, should be no surprises. So.
We know where the worst spots are now.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna attack. And then there's some places that the camera was not able to get.
Yeah.
In places, so we're gonna see about if they can come through with a special tool. There's protrusions, see they can grind those off and then get those cambered with our camera money that we do every year. So that we know what to plan with going forward after that, so.
Will there be any disruption in service in any way?
During the lining process, yes.
And that's-
There will be a section that, and the contractor is responsible for getting with those people, let them know what the timing is. I think it should only be like a half a day for like a block between manholes. That's the gist I was getting from the description of how they do it, but.
And we'll send out a letter, or we'll write a letter out, and then send them out. Giving people a heads up that this work will be occurring, and then it'll be obviously on the contractor. To give them a more immediate heads up. 24, 48 hours before the work, maybe more than that.
If we need to help with knocking on doors, just for the sake of the city participating, we'll be doing that too, so.
Yeah.
Just to warn them that, hey, that tomorrow or whatever, they're gonna work on whatever needs to be done at that time, but. Just so they're not surprised.
Are these all in the same area?
So far, we believe so, yes. Mostly it's on the north side of the tracks. Park Street,
There's
Vanderbilt Street.
2 or 3 on the east side of Federfield that we might try to hit.
Couple
Leaky
sections.
joints, a lot of the root issues are up where Brian talked about. The goal is to get it by seal up, so. I have no problem anymore.
Yeah, we should maybe put something in the bags then, just so people aren't surprised by you telling them they might not have service.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Just so they know,
it's-
just so they know what's going on. If they
Yeah,
don't, it
we'll
doesn't
send-
affect them,
we'll send
fine. but-
Letters out, hopefully a month in advance, and
Okay.
tell them we're working with a contractor.
Okay.
Uh,
Just so they
when,
get
when it
notice
comes
ahead of time.
around, the contractor will give you a more exact time frame. Service will be disrupted, so.
This project is part of the geo bond.
Are we looking at fall or?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe, the question is, they can do the work in the winter. Now, are you, we can get into that later, do you wanna go above and beyond and set porta potties out in people's driveways? We do it in the winter, I don't think people are gonna wanna go out to the bathroom porta potty in January, or just like a bullet and they just can't run the water and go to the bathroom for up to a day. But we do in the spring. What we do in Missouri.
There is a limit on the epoxy and the coating and stuff, so, you know, once it gets too cold, they just won't do it, but.
Yeah.
Is there a guess on how many houses this is gonna affect?
Oh, if we do, say we do 6 pipes. And I don't know, eight, 6 to 8 houses per pipe. So you could be close to 25 or 30. Maybe.
So it sounds to me like it needs to be completed before winter, or it needs to be, they need to stop and,
Yeah,
stop and start again in the spring, or just in the
Yeah.
spring, but I don't think we want any of this going on during the winter.
yeah, I don't know, it's. Yeah. Once we start diving into it, I'm sure we'll get brought up, maybe next council meeting after that. And I don't know if it's something where we just go. Kind of knock on doors now and ask what people's needs are, if somebody really needs a porta potty. And they can't go without running water or using the bathroom for, 8-10 hours. Then there's enough of those people, and then we do the shrub. It's
You say, for special needs fees.
Right. For daycare and home daycare.
So just backs up in the basement.
Yeah.
So that's the whole.
Yeah. So.
Maybe water softeners and all that, they have to make sure,
As long, yeah, if they cycle during the day, that'd probably have to question, we'd have to ask them, but typically they usually set them for at night. They're not gonna leave them overnight.
like you said,
Without
cops
service.
kill their service line for water.
Yeah, we'd have to probably ask everybody. I agree. After we know how far we can go.
Might
we can
find
run it
out
down.
that way too.
Yeah, and see where the prices are coming in at, if they're pretty close or whatever, then we can decide how many houses, and then we can start right away after that point. Asking, go knock and get some more details from everybody. And find out exactly what we may have to do, so. By that time, maybe we'll have a better idea exactly what the procedure's gonna be. You know, if they say we only have to have it down for 4 hours, we can at least let them know that. From the time that they put the liner in until they cut the holes open for 4 or 5 hours and it's done, that might be the case, and so it's only a part of the day.
And how many days to complete this whole project?
Not sure how fast they can go.
We don't even know how much we're doing yet.
Yeah, I mean, if they could get a, they
Yeah, but they don't
might
know
find,
until they see the bids.
We got a rough estimate on how many feet we can do,
yeah.
so.
They could knock out, a 300-foot pipeline in a day. Saying, 12-hour day. Yeah, no issues. Carry time.
the service line back?
Yeah,
One of the questions I'm not sure is that, so like, we'll just say the backside of Park Street, There's a manhole right by the street, there's a manhole in the backyard, and then there's a manhole at the end. I don't know what their capabilities, if they're just gonna go all the way through that middle manhole, all the way to the end and put one liner in there and then just cut out in the manhole. Or if they gotta go from manhole to manhole and then from manhole to manhole again. I'm not sure on that yet. If they can do the whole thing all at once.
They typically access to the backyard, that's another issue.
Yeah, so that's what I'm not sure, how much access they gotta have for the machine and truck and what they gotta do. I'm not quite sure yet.
I think they can go up to 800 feet the most, so that should, most of these that we're gonna hit should cover at least 2 pipelines going through a manhole. So, yeah, there's still some game plan that needs to go on before we finally put a set of plans together and solicit quotes, so. We'll put that done.
So the motion on the floor, that is on the floor yet, is to approve the professional service agreement with Home Hall.
So
Need motion, or says, need a second then.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, item number 21. IDNR's archaeological investigation of the well site ended up being kind of much to do about nothing. In order to complete this study, they originally were recommending that we follow up the entire area that had just been seeded and what exploration.
Oh, good God.
But now they have changed their mind and said it's not necessary, they're going to drill holes instead.
Auger holes, 8-inch holes, 15 meters apart for about 30 inches deep. Times 167.
see if they come up with anything.
As per required.
What we get one way or another.
How deep are they?
About 30 inches, yeah, roughly. They were going by centimeters, but it boiled down to about 30 inches.
I'm just curious about how long that's been farmed.
That's what we asked, and it doesn't matter.
It's gotta be well over 100 years.
We had a meeting with them and so forth, and we kind of voiced our opinions.
Good God.
Then they came back.
Talk about wasted money.
It used to be a train station.
Waste money, I don't know. Train station over there. I'm not sure about that.
No, the train station was by the,
It was on this side.
where the lumberyard was.
Yeah.
So, no discussion required, just giving you some background is what
The light bulb.
is occurring and
Do we have to pay for that?
That's, it was part of the.
Yeah.
SRF.
I
Part of the
believe they're.
SRF.
Well, we have to pay the SRF back, I would assume, but we didn't really ever get a straight answer.
No, they-
That's what their email said, we did not have to pay.
Did they pay for it? Dig away.
Yeah, well, wait to the end and see if we don't.
Yeah.
I don't hold your breath.
There's nothing.
That's just crazy.
So no action required on this item.
Okay,
Just for information only at this point.
Now, they make those holes like 16 inches long and make 1,200 deep.
keep digging, keep digging. I'm sure there's something down there.
Well, no, he's wanting to dig a well, it sounded like today. Okay. This number 22 will require some discussion. Tomorrow, we have a virtual conference with Conversion again, and they would like some feedback on how we feel about certain things. Shane's got lots of information to share here.
Yeah, so Mayor and Peter said, we got a meeting tomorrow with Conversion and Iowa Land and Building. We met with them about 3 weeks ago. And they would like, you know, just a general idea on what type of participation costs that they can anticipate. I don't know. Maybe I said this year, but the Convergence seems ready to move forward out there.
indicated to us they'd like to start grading this fall and get the foundations in the ground before it freezes, which is very optimistic considering we're already into July, but so they want to get things moving forward, but so based on things we've done in the past, different information, I've kind of thrown together this summary for mostly conversion, but we impact conversion and Iowa land and building, so just so everybody's clear, conversion is planning to build. They're looking to locate at the northeast corner of Lufbeer Road and 76th Avenue. Roughly a 15 acre to 17 acre site, give or take. So currently Iowa Land and Building, which is a subsidiary of Alliant Energy, owns all of that. That 170 acres that we annexed in last year is all Iowa Land and Building. So Convergent will be submitting a site plan for their 15 to 17 acres on the corner. And Iowa Land and Building has submitted their initial submittal and preliminary plat for the entire 170 acre parcel. So we need to basically start putting together information, getting feedback from council. Ultimately, you'll have to make final decisions. You don't have to make final decisions tonight, but if you can give us feedback, we appreciate it. We can share that with them. We'll give them tomorrow. But we need to, basically fair development agreement, the convergent site plan, and for the Iowa Land and Building preliminary plat. So. So I had submitted, this summary and just some different thoughts, comments, for the council packet. You want me to read through the whole thing, or do you want me to just kind of go point by point? Share some information and then open for discussion, or do you want me to read the whole thing?
A lot of technical information in there that you can read it on, but still not gonna know what. I'd say just bullet points for now, and then you can dial in there.
Okay. So. Let's start off with 76, that's really the big ticket item. It would apply to both Convergent and Iowa Land and Building. But primarily the way I'm looking at it will apply to Iowa Land and Building and how they pass that cost on to Convergent in that, but. Right now, the right of way out there, it's a rural section. The city, the north half of the road is in the city of Fairfax, the south half is in Lynn County. It's 66 foot right of way, 33 foot half street right of way. We're looking at with ultimate build out a 90 to 100 foot right of way. So we're gonna require Virgin Iowa Building to dedicate up to 17 foot, somewhere between 12 foot and 17 foot. For their half of the street, Some of that may depend, right now, there's overhead electric poles in there, there's gas line in there, so some of it may depend on how that falls. Those details, but we're looking to.
It's how big a waterway, once you get past like Edgewood Road, so how big that is? More or less. Get the middle lane all the way down,
So what is your design plan then? 3 lanes instead of 2?
So we will run through, so there's really 4 different options, there's 2 primary options, and then with 31 foot, there's 3 different options, so. First option is to build out a full 41 foot roadway. So if you go to. It's just east of Edgewood, or is it
just east of Edgewood.
Just east of Edgewood Road, they built it out 10 years ago, it's 40 foot.
Okay.
And that's 90 foot right of way. You go east of the railroad tracks, it's 31 foot back to back and 100 foot.
By Nordstrom there.
So. But option number 1, and I don't know if you can pull up that typical sections. Option number 1 is 41 foot back to back, and that's a continuous left turn. That's what we see as kind of the ultimate build out. You can do that right now. Obviously, it costs a little bit more, but not more pavement. Then you'll have to worry about it later.
So obviously the advantages are done with it, the disadvantages of it, you're spending the money for like right now. The city does pursue and obtain a price grant, they probably would not cover the addition, is justified at this time. Option number two, so option number 2, 3, and 4 are basically just different takes on a 2-lane roadway. Either 31-foot or 33-foot back to back. We were just looking at different ways to try to minimize costs and reconstruction if and when the roadway gets expanded to 41 foot. Option number 2 is probably the best way to do that. Locate storm sewer on the south side, water main on the north side, maybe offset just a little bit, so all of the future expansion would be on the south side. Would have to remove the storm sewer because they be installed in the alignment where the future widening would take place. Option number 2, or I'm sorry, option number 3, the next one would be similar, be offset, but if you're looking at storm sewer on the north side, adjacent to Ireland, go to the convergent water main to be on the south side. Locate the water main where it would be located for future build out, everything would build out to the south, but you have to locate the water main 3 feet, give or take, from the existing south right of way line. We aren't gonna, they're gonna dedicate any right of way there, because we're gonna our side for development on the south side at this time. Probably have to acquire some easements. Storm sewer on the north side, okay, it's preferred to be on the south side because it drains from the south, so. Future development, there's stormwater gonna be up a little bit here, there's stormwater detention, stormwater management. So it's just more ideal to have the storm sewer on the south side of this roadway. And option number 4 is just putting in a 2-lane standard road, 31 foot back to back, curve, or 33 foot back to back, either or. Water mains on the north, storm sewers on the south, and if you never need to widen it, or if you don't need to widen it for a year, you can just completely reconstruct it, but then storm sewer, if I can have to be south, so you're gonna have a lot to get off cost. Costs there. So those are really the different options.
So the other 2 options, 2 and 3, do they have curves on both sides?
Options 2, 3, and 4 have curves on both sides. Option number 2 has a curve on the north side and be built out as kind of a rural section. I'm sorry, it's an urban section. And have a sidewalk, so then like converging, builds, put the sidewalk in.
This gravel shoulder and like.
The south side would be a paved shoulder, and it would be kind of like on East Cemetery Road. When we did that on the south side, the north side's got the trail, the south side. There's kind of like shallow ditches, it's got a storm sewer and then just small area drains.
Yeah.
This kind of same thing, they need the storm sewer to be built, they'd be concrete, they'd be built. So they can be in the future inlet curb structures, but then the tops be different now, so in the future, when it gets widened out and put in the curb, you just pull the tops off. And put it in the
Okay.
So that would be our, if you go with the 2 lanes, that's probably the one we'd recommend. Really, the only downside of it is if you go with the RISE grant, we have to get a design exception, because it's not as typical. But I don't think that big of a deal.
But that's not what staff's recommending after we met, right?
Well, I know staff talked about doing 41 foot back to back, but at that point, we had to talk about the fact that the RISE grant probably would not, and again, if the RISE grant would not pay for those extra costs.
Lynn County has to participate 50% in all of this.
So. They don't have to do anything. So. Lynn County. Sounds like they would be interested in participating. Right now, they actually inquired about a year ago. Right about the time we started, they requested the annexation, they were gonna do some work on 76. And I told him, I said, well, hold up on it, because right now it's getting annexed, so. And what, in talking with Garrett Reddish with Lynn County, he indicated that they are looking to improve the road, so they probably participate at the cost that they would improve the road to. So it'd be either additional gravel, some maybe a little widening, extending, improving the culverts, things like that. It wouldn't be for, you know, paying for concrete pavement or anything like that, because that's not their plan for that roadway, it's doing a concrete overlay, if they didn't on the Deer Road. But they, he said that a similar project they did a couple of years ago, he thought, and he wasn't sure, because he was just remembering it off the top of his head, it was around 450,000 per mile. So he crunched the numbers, it turns out to be roughly, and they only participate on the south half, since that's what they're responsible for. Be about, we're looking at 3/4 mile stretch from Left Deer Road to the city's quarter, I guess 3/4 of the mile. And so their participation will only be about 175,000, which is better than nothing, but it's not a very good. So if the city wants to pursue a RISE grant, there's a couple opportunities, there's two different types of RISE grant, there's an immediate opportunity RISE grant. And that's driven by a known company coming in and developing. Such as conversion. The other option is local development, basically you're putting a roadway in or improving a roadway in an industrial area, which this applies. It's the north side, it's already on with industrial, it's being planned for industrial use. But you don't have any known entities coming in. The immediate opportunity. So the only way that would apply in this project is with section adjacent to conversion. Section 76th Avenue is adjacent to conversion energy, and they probably would not really apply. So conversion's main customer is gonna be, the primary customer is gonna be the University of Iowa. So they're developing this recyclable fuel that the U of I
They have
burns.
samples up on their tables then.
And they're primarily gonna be selling that to the University of Iowa. The RISE grant to meet the immediate opportunity for RISE grant, the business has to bring out of state dollars in, so they basically have to sell their product out of state. Now, after we met, I followed up with Steve with conversion, and he indicated that their plan is to this Fairfax location to serve the U of I until they meet all of the University of Iowa's needs. And then they will start serving other customers. And Steve indicated that some of those customers are in state, some of those customers are out of state. He said the University of Madrid that they already plan to serve on this facility in Fairfax. But I didn't get into a lot of details because at this time, but so Virgin may apply or maybe considered towards a RISE grant, especially if they do at some point in the near future, once they're up and running, start selling the product out of state. The second part of the immediate opportunity RISE grant is it's up to 80% funding, so like they cover 80% of the roadway, adjacent roadway. But it's based on a number of high quality jobs, so they'll grant up to $12,000 towards the project for high quality jobs. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think conversion was something like 20 to 30 full time, so we used to start with like 11 high quality jobs. So they get, you know, the city got $12,000 for high quality job, they're 30 to 40,000. So if the city chooses to pursue a RISE grant, it probably be best suited that the city just pursues the local development RISE grant for the whole section. And that would be 50% match. And the application for those would be due September 1st and February 1st. Now. One of the downfalls with the RISE grant and the local development is there's a 20-year period with the RISE grant. So once the project is open, it's completed and open, then it's speculative. So if it's undeveloped, it never develops, the city doesn't have to pay that money back. But if it develops, it doesn't develop with appropriate businesses that brings money in from out of state. The city may have to reimburse part of all of the rights. So like if we pursue a RISE grant for 76th Avenue. And Virgin goes in, some of the coordination will have to happen if we choose to go this route. You know, well, what if conversion is not bringing in out of state money day one, or if they are on. Day 1 of year 5, would that still count? And then obviously as future development occurs along that side, 76th Avenue. Is that gonna come in and is it gonna be RISE eligible? It's gonna bring it out of state money or not? And one of the things I guess council is gonna need to consider is if pursue a RISE grant, get the RISE grant, then is the city gonna make a requirement to the Virgin and Iowa building that they're responsible to reimburse that cost if they don't bring in RISE businesses? Or is the city willing to keep that cost? Where is it split? But those are things that we need to make sure are spelled out in the agreement. Want somebody aware of, who's responsible for those costs.
Okay, they sell out of state for a while, and then they don't. Like, I don't know.
That's where maybe get into the partial reimbursement, if they look at it. They said they come back, I think, on year 3, and then like every 5 years after that. Or something comes in. And so if it does for, let's say, 10 years, maybe, and they don't for 10 years, maybe the city has to reimburse half of it. The other thing, the city's got to consider is if we get a RISE grant. Is the city does the city get all that money and then the developer, the adjacent portion of the roadway responsible for the rest of it? Or is the city gonna split the costs and the RISE grant in half and half with the adjacent property?
Do you know what, do you have a cost projection for the different estimates? Just
Yeah.
ballpark or?
Yeah, so that's the sheet I handed out.
No.
Oh, you're.
Sorry, it's scribbled all over the back of it.
So, and these again, are high level costs, we try to be conservative.
For 3/4 of a mile, is that correct?
And it's kind of, how we broke it out, it's kind of. We're trying to break it out to reflect costs adjacent to conversion, cost adjacent to the rest of that section. I don't think the road can be responsible for the total cost. So, number 1 there is full build out 41 foot back to back. Portion along conversion would be 1.35 million. Portion along Iowa land and building would be 3.7 million, for a total of $5,050,000. So that's construction, engineering, admin, right away, these are the acquisitions. And again, I think that's high. We anticipated 2026 construction, maybe it can happen in 2025. That may be pushing it, but those numbers are based off 2026 construction.
The cost difference between those 4 is really only a little over 10%.
Yeah, so it's like $500,000
Right.
difference if you take out the roadway. Or take out the center lane. Yeah, so the second option, we only ran one option, it was one cost estimate on the 2-lane section. We did it on the option 2. But it's not gonna be significantly different. From one option to the other. The payment loss may be pretty similar and so forth, but.
Yeah, so option one is 41 foot wide and option two is 31. Or
31 to 33,
yeah,
depending on which option you go with. The yellow one for Burgess is about 1.2 million. One I will need to build about 3.32 million for total about 30.52 million.
those rise grants, 130,000 ish. What was the other?
Well, Rise grant,
Oh, 58.
I think you can get 50%. From the local development, and then you just may have to reverse it the way technical. If you went for immediate opportunity for conversion, you might get 130,000. You may have, I wouldn't get anything, because we're not gonna bring in out of state dollars.
So rise grants just for a long conversion. Not the whole plot, not the whole 3/4 mile, just a conversion portion. For the rise grant, or it'll be the whole.
The whole.
It will be the whole project.
Maybe the whole project, yeah.
But it's a guess, because you don't know what they're gonna have in there for.
Right.
So like, if more with option two, planning cost estimate for options 2, 3, and 4, total of 4.52 million. The north half would be 2.26 million, the south half would be 2.26 million. The rise grant, then, let's say it covers 50%, we want to break down to 3 million. Property owners, if they're paying 50% and the city's paying 50%, and they're each getting 50% of the rise grant, then property owners will be responsible for 565,000, Fairfax will be responsible for 565,000. At the south half, it means the same thing, except for you have some contribution from the town. Now, I don't know. With the rise grant, Lynn County is gonna have to be a co-applicant with the city, since half the roads in Lynn County. And I don't know if they would participate at their full commitment of roughly 175,000, which again, that's just some verbal conversation, we haven't gotten. But they do something like they're interested in participating. Get a rise grant, I don't know if they cut that in half, assuming that they should get half of that rise grant,
Right.
even though they have no responsibility and they're not bringing in business. Or not, so I don't know if that would cut their 175 in half or not. But, if they got rise grant, they got participation. And then Fairfax's participation would be around 955 to 1,045 for the south half. So you'd be looking at a total of about both sides of the road, about 955,000 to 607,000. Which for $4.5 million road, is the city paid $1.6 million, that's not a bad deal. Especially if you had your bet and you require the developers to cover any sort of loss. Reimbursing rise grant if they don't pay price.
Shane, does your estimate that's included up here include like everything? So it's the roadway and like this sewer and everything, like all that, the water,
That's just the roadway now.
just the roadway. So we have additional costs.
Water and sewer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what are those?
So those are further down in that report. Here. So sanitary sewer. Cynthia, can you go to the exhibits?
Which, what?
Can't see. The one that says sanitary sewer water main.
Utility extensions to conversion and utility extensions to the site.
So you got two marked utility conversions.
One's with site of
the conversion.
They both. The conversion.
So I think yellow. So in. Go ahead and zoom in a little bit on that. Okay, that's- So right now, that's good. On the right side of the sheet there, the sewer and water were installed with the barrel. So. We look on the sewer and water at that point, extend it south along the east side of. Muir Road. What we're showing right now is extending it south underneath 76th Avenue, so it's stubbed underneath 76th Avenue, future extensions to the south. And then it would run, the sewer would not go down along the 76th Avenue, would not head east, it would just go south there and stop. The water main would be wrapped around the corner and would head east along 76th Avenue. Depending on which option you choose, it can either be on the north side or the south side of 76th Avenue, so. Talking to Conversion and their contractors, they would rather install the sewer and water themselves instead of having the city do it. Which probably saves some time and money for everyone. The, for the sewer. So there'd be a connection fee that they'd have to pay. For the 2021 sewer project that we had done. So that connection fee for just tying on to that sewer and extending it would be somewhere depending on when they do it, because there's some interest on that. And how big their lot is right now, it's just a concept, I'm not quite sure. But that connection fee would be about $26,500 to $29,000. Pay the city. And then our anticipated costs, these are very high level. I asked their contractor to get us the numbers, I don't know, we'll see if they give us the numbers by the meeting, but haven't seen anything yet. But some numbers that we thrown together, assuming that they do the work. They install it. Would be about $310,000 to extend the sanitary sewer. That's tying on to the existing and extending it past their site south of 76th Avenue. Their responsibility would be, it would stop at their south property line. So they would be responsible for it. I mean, they do it as part of the project, but then the city would take on the responsibility for the section stuff underneath 76th Avenue. So it's one of those things where, depending on how the city wants to pursue getting 76th Avenue completed, maybe that's not extended south at this time, but. So that whole cost was estimated at about $310,000. Now, based on how we've done connection fees in the past, where it's based on the drainage basin of the area it serves. Then. That would probably be an approximate cost for conversion. For about 19,000, 25,000 in that range, again, depending on how big their lot is. And then the city's responsibility would be about $285,000. So that'd be something that the city would be, if we do it, if we're consistent on how we've done in the past, the city would be responsible for reimbursing of that amount. Roughly $290,000, give or take. I don't know, Cynthia, if that's something that they just, the city read on how to check, or if that'd be handed in a tip, handled in a tip rebate, or.
That's up for discussion.
Is there a reason why we're stubbing the sewer just under the south end and we're going all the way down with the water?
Could not say.
Well, we don't anticipate putting sewer in 76th Avenue. Right now, we'll have sewer stubbed through not the conversion site, but the Iowa Land and Development site. We'll have one extended down from the future lift station. That runs along the creek to the east of here. But with industrial development in these large lots, we don't wanna put in sewer along that whole section where we may not need even half that.
So how far does the paving go down on that side then? On 76?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So how far are you paving the road down, like on this drawing?
Well,
Here?
if the city paves it, or if the city has the developers pave it, it'd be along that whole section. So that's why we were studying it south, the sewer south of it, so if it's paved, we won't have to tear it up.
So we're just paving the section in front of Convergent, we're not going all the way?
That's up to the city.
That's 3/4 of a
That's,
mile.
that's the question.
These numbers up the city limits, right?
That's what I'm asking, are we going all the way to the end of that development? Are we stopping in front of Convergent or?
So. Things you gotta consider is, you want to pursue a rise grant, if we do, if I can do the whole project. Then do we want to have Iowa Land and Building participate now? For that whole section, that whole 3/4 of a mile, they participate for their half of the roadway, or wait till they develop. Because if you're gonna build the whole roadway now. Then to me, it's justifiable to have them pay it now, and then they can just pass that cost on to their developer or to their, whoever they're selling their lots to, and they get developed, but. You can pay for it up front. We're talking about the roadway now, and then just have Iowa Land and Building. Reimburse the city when they develop adjacent to it, or whoever's developing it can reimburse the city, but. I say if the city committed the funds now, I would. My suggestion would be that you'd have Iowa Land and Building, I'll pay for that now.
So this 5 million or 4.5 million, that's based on the 3.5 mile, 3/4.
3/4 of a mile, yes.
So how much, what's the distance from Lufferbeer to the end of Convergent? How much is
That's
that, a quarter mile?
probably, it's not quite a quarter of a mile, 1,100 feet, give or take, maybe 1,200 feet, a little less than a quarter of a mile.
So how much that, give me some rough numbers, how much that cuts down to 5 million or 4.5?
That was in that sheet, I've got it broken down along Convergent Energy.
Oh, okay. That's
1.35
1.3 or
million.
1.2, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense now, I was like, what is this?
yeah,
Okay.
no, that's a good question.
In conversion, it stated they don't require a paved road, correct?
Where's
not-
where's their driveway gonna
It's
be?
not a Convergent, yeah.
They don't require a paved road on 76, they said.
Right.
So is their entrance gonna be on the other street?
Their industrial entrance, they're gonna look at 1 or 2 entrances along Lafayette Road. And then they're looking at basically their employee parking lot is on the south side, which at least based on their. Concept plan is coming off of 76th Avenue. But. They're still developing adjacent to the road. It's an industrial site, it's gonna draw traffic. You either improve the road now. Or if you put it off, I think you really have 3 options, and it's spelled out in here, but. Either the city improves it and at some level passes those costs on to the adjacent property owners. Or you require Iowa Land and Building to design it, if you don't want to pursue a rise grant, or if you pursue a rise grant and you don't get it. Then you can require Iowa Land and Building as the property owner that wants to develop that land to design it. And then it can be constructed either in one long section, or they can construct as it develops, so they can construct just the section next to Convergent. And then if the city does their, 50/50, then the city could reimburse, they'd have to reimburse private South Ave, at least Iowa Land and Building. But if they only constructed, if they design the whole, I'd say they should design the whole section, because you design a piecemeal, it's much more complicated. Strike just next to Convergent, and then the city would just pay for their share. If it's 50%, or if it's only, 50% of half the road, or maybe 25%, or if it's only, the developer is responsible for the full half of the roadway. Now, when we did the overlay project with Lynn County a couple years ago, 3 years ago now. the city paid for half of the roadway, and they pass on half that cost to Trevero. So it's 50% part of the city, 50% part of the adjacent property.
But with that, having that street in there, make those properties much more saleable to them.
Oh, yeah.
Put some skin in there, have them put some skin in the game to cover it. And or maybe some stipulations that, you know, whatever they sell has to cover the rise grant requirements so that we don't have to turn around and pay for it at the end.
So to say that a different way. You pay a whole 3/4 and. Iowa Land pays half of everything south of. East of the conversion. Half pays half.
So, yeah, I don't know if this kind of between conversion and Iowa Land, because right now Iowa Land is building owns it.
Yeah, I mean-
We're gonna sell the lot to conversion, but yeah, if we pave the whole roadway right now, we design and construct it into an urban section, then it's a matter of do we then pass on half that cost or 100% of the north side of the roadway onto Iowa Land and conversion, or do you pay for, 50% of the north side and they pay for 50%? And then if you get a rise grant, do you use that rise grant to offset 100% of the city's costs and none of the developer's costs, or do you split it 50-50?
Does convergent know? How Trevero went, that Trevero paid half?
I have no idea. I mean, Iowa Land and Building is a subsidiary of.
They know, they own it all.
Yeah, just like Trevero, so I assume they know. I don't know what Convergent knows, but. And again, you don't have to be, and we're talking about the water main, and I'll give you some examples. You don't have to be exactly the same as you were.
No, right.
I mean,
Because Lynn County was participating in Lefferts way more than they're willing to on 76, right? Shane?
yes,
Yeah.
that is true.
Now, how much farther does 76 go all the way to Edgewood? What's the?
It's rural all the way to, well, I'm reading it now,
To
but
Edgewood?
yeah, to Edgewood, it's rural.
And so you have 3/4 east, and where that stops, how much farther does that go to Edgewood?
Some mile and a half or 2 miles.
Okay,
That's at least, everything that. Yeah.
so that kind of surrounds that
That's
whole
all,
industrial
that's all Cedar
area.
Rapids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cedar Rapids would cover the rest of that.
That's where that Google,
We don't know how far they're coming down, we not way about that either.
Yeah, I mean, that, if Google's goes in, I don't know, if Google's gonna go on the north side of that site or down by 76 or both or what, and they think they're talking 6 different sites ultimately. But they're already starting to do earthwork on the west side of Edgewood. Obviously, as this stuff develops, that whole roadway can get developed pretty quickly.
yeah, that's where I was.
The other thing is, I mean, if the city doesn't do something with it now. And the city starts developing along it, Lincoln County may just wash their hands of it and say, we're not gonna maintain this road anymore because it's no longer a rural road. Do not put industrial traffic on it, we're not gonna maintain it. It's above our standards, so you take care of it, it's your responsibility. Then they may just say, we're not gonna participate. Or they may participate and give money and walk away, and then you gotta maintain it as a gravel road until you improve it. So I don't know exactly how they handle it, but I don't think they're gonna keep things the same as they are now if you build industrial site on gravel road.
Why would we offer initially any rise if we decide to go for a rise grant? Why would we offer some of that to Convergers or Iowa Land? Not even, but I mean, why give away money if they're not even gonna? It's not part of the deal.
It's up to you, how much you,
Why give away money if they're not?
Don't we already have tax abatement on this?
Yes. So what we did, we passed a resolution that the state required us to, so that they could participate in the high quality jobs program. And it said that we would abate for 5 years up to the amount and it was a sliding scale. Now, that doesn't mean that we have to do it as a tax abatement. We talked to the bonding attorney, and we can do it as tip rebate if we want. It just has to equal the amount that the tax abatement would be. So we have a couple of different ways to try and approach it. We've tried to get some estimates on what the TIF revenue would be, but we can't until the assessor has more building plans so that they can give us a minimum assessed value estimate. And then we can do the math on TIF.
So let's say there's no rise grant. Let's say the city doesn't pursue it or we don't get one. If you're looking at doing 50-50 with the developer paying 50 and the city paying 50, then you're already giving them some, benefit. The city's taking on half that responsibility, right? Now, if you get a rise grant, then the developer's already gotten, 50% reduction because the city's committed to it. So now if you get the rise grant, do you give them an additional 25%, which would be half the rise grant, or do you keep all of that 50 for the city? I don't know.
Why?
I mean, that's up to council.
Why start giving them something right off the bat? I mean, it's negotiation. You start with none. I'm sorry. I mean, they're already getting an tax abatement of some form, and they're not gonna turn and walk away. They may come back with a counter offer, and then.
Well, we still are gonna have additional water and sewer costs to service that.
And just another tip note, whatever, how much the conversion site will generate in tip. You also you can use your tip money in any part of the urban renewal area and pay for a project anywhere in that urban renewal area. So the tip that we're getting from other areas, we can spend on these expenses if needed. So we can look at the Trevero site has the capacity to generate more tip than we're asking for. Is there a revenue stream available other places? Because we ask for a very small percentage of the TIF available each year. And remember, if we take on obligations, whether they be water or sewer or the road, whatever ends up to be the city portion, and if we pay that back with TIF funds, the residents do not see a property tax increase. It's using R810 on properties, and then using some of the county and the school district money. But it's about 33 cents of city funds to the 67 cents of other funds to meet those obligations. And the reason is, everybody remembers, that's the reason for TIF, is to pay for these infrastructures that allows the property tax value to grow. And then after those obligations are paid, that taxable valuation is available for everybody going forward. That's the whole reason for TIF.
What was your cost estimate for the water main?
So the water main,
If you're to go the whole 3/4,
what was that?
you're planning, if you go paying the 3/4 miles, put the water main in also the whole 3/4.
So the water main, no, the
Or
water
direct
main
pieces.
we extended south, and we'd also extend that south to 76, assuming that we improve 76 at that point.
Yeah.
And then it'd run east to the east edge of the conversion site. It would stop there.
Okay.
Now. And so our cost estimate for that ballpark is like $390,000. And there's different ways to look at that.
Not 8 inch, only is that what you have in here?
Yeah, we're looking at a 12 inch, right now it's 12 inch on Trevero.
Right.
Along Trevero and along, Left Beer Road, and we're looking to extend it 12 inch down and continuing that south all the way down to Red Letters. But then along 76, we're looking at an 8 inch. We originally planned a 12 inch there, but we're just not getting users.
Right.
And we're flushing, I think, Brian, did you say a couple hours a day right now?
Yeah.
And the 12 inch holds over twice as much water than the 8 inch, so. I think the 8 inch is gonna be adequate for fire flows, but, and we're gonna loop a 12 inch through that whole area down to Red Brothers and back around and then back north. But. 12 inch is just,
Is that something that if they feel that's gonna be something that they need and we can offer that as they pay for the upgrade? Like
Yeah.
we're gonna install the 8 inch, if you need a 12 inch or you think you need a 12 inch, you pay the difference?
yeah, definitely. But then I think the city really needs to look, and they may have to look, consider this at some point. To start charging use. Even though they're not using it, if right now we're pumping, and the conversion's not out there yet. We're pumping 2 hours a day to flush that water out, because it gets stagnant. It's basically being used, not by anybody productively, but it's being wasted. And it's provided there for fire protection that hopefully they never use, or if they do, once every 20 years, maybe. But somebody's gonna pay for those costs. So if they want an 8 or 12 inch, I think that has to be part of the discussion, yeah.
We could put something in the
You
agreement.
gotta pay
that
your
they for those
portion, and then the
costs.
city will pay, the offset, because then the city collect connection fees from, future development around it. But then they pay the difference for the upsize, plus I think then conversation has to be, then we gotta increase your rates considered on the fact that we're flushing so much. And that may have to go retro to Sparrow and to the other ones too, because it's one of those things, the chicken and the egg, well, you provide the water, it's an industrial use. Everything we've got so far, we've got a 40 acre Trevero that probably uses the same amount of water as the city hall does. This is the same type of thing, they have, a couple restrooms and probably a kitchenette.
So is that something where it's normal to have like a water rate that's based on the type of customer, commercial versus industrial?
I think that would be appropriate.
I don't think that's common, but I think it's doable.
And I'm not saying that's something we have to do right now, but if they come back and say, we're saying we're gonna put in 8, well, I think. Yeah, you pay for the upside of the water main cost, and you have to consider. There's a lot of extra water we've got to flush, just so you have extra fire protection, station. So,
Well, if they don't like it, where are they gonna go? That's basically the attitude they have with us. I'm just tired of looking out for them. We need to look out for the people that live here.
So the water main, and I was thinking that Trevero paid 50%, but actually in their development agreement, they paid 25%. So, and I know we do this in residential, so if you put in a water main adjacent to the street, you typically have a user on both sides of the street. So if you cut the cost in half, that'd be basically property owners paying 100%. I know in residential, a lot of times the city will pay 50%. And then the property owners on each side will pay 25%. That's what Trevero did, but Trevero also has 300 foot on the north side that was unusable. They have the cell tower. They also had extra costs because we had to bore underneath the railroad tracks. And Trevero also put a water main in, a 12-inch water main along the south side of the site at their own cost. So the city didn't pay for any of that. Now it's a public main on an easement. So, so it's not comparing apples to apples. Trevero had a lot different situation. So the water main, looking at, in that report, I had kind of 3 different options. The first one is if conversion paid 50% of the water main on the front of the lot, which would be along Left Beer Road, then it'd be estimated that their fee would be about $54,200, and the cities would be about $335,800. Then if conversion paid for 50% of the water main in the front and 25% of the water main on the south, adjacent 76, their fee would be 83,800. The cities would be 306,200. And then the third option is if they paid 50% for both sections of the water main, and their cost would be about 113,400. And the cities would be about 276,600. Now, again, these are estimates that we threw together. And I'd asked both for the sewer and the water for their contractor to put us together some numbers, and we'll see hopefully soon they're similar or where they're at. But the other thing with the water main, the city's had for quite some time now. Tapping fees for services larger than your standard 1 inch. So if they do fire protection, which I know Brian and Spanky are looking at, doing requiring private water main on industrial sites for fire protection. So if they tap a 6 inch, I think it's $2,200 for a 6 inch tap, or an 8 inch is like $4,000. So if they have a couple taps with an 8 inch off, that $2,000 for tapping the fee for the other side of water service. But again, there would be some, based on how we've done in the past. If they put it in, the only difference would be that they put it in and then the city would reimburse them either through some sort of tip reimbursement or cut them a check. Which
Yeah, I would just say that this tax abate, that statement's wrong. It should be TIF rebate,
typically, yeah.
not tax abatement.
Yeah. Okay. So, a lot of information,
And you want an answer for tomorrow?
Well, just general thoughts. I mean, we told them we can't give them answers, but we can try to give them, general direction. And they can make their best guess based on it, but
This is with convergent or.
well, conversion and Iowa Lane building, because there's also like. What's if we put in 76 now, are we gonna require Iowa Land and Building to pay their portion of 76 right now before they develop the rest of the lot or not?
Yes.
That'd be tied to this preliminary plat, but if we have something specific to conversion, it would be tied to conversion site plan, but.
I will land development, figure out how to get their money back from whoever they sold to.
Yeah.
Google,
Gives-
well, it'd be more of an incentive for them to
So.
get it developed.
I don't think, my opinion, this, first of all, the RISE grant. That's none of theirs. We don't even offer that to start with. We get a grant to keep that. They're already getting stuff from the state in abatement. And then generally you go to conversion and that's it. And the Iowa Land takes care of the rest going down. And how do you work out the water and the sewer?
So one question with that line of thinking, and I don't disagree with you, but if we're doing the speculative RISE grant, and so Iowa Land and Building doesn't get any of the RISE grant, then if they build out, they've got no incentive to bring in any customers that meet the RISE grant requirements. So if they build it out and it doesn't work, then the city's on the hook for reimbursing that RISE grant.
Or you said something about the RISE grant. They don't have, they're part of it where that's that out of state money coming in. That they have to fund that, they have to pay it back, pay Fairfax back.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking, so you don't wanna give them any of the RISE grant. But then they're on the hook for reimbursing.
Well, they're gonna get it back from whoever is the businesses they're gonna put in there.
What are they agreeing to do out of state if they get nothing for it?
Right.
Let's just say if they're not getting any incentive from the RISE grant, then they're not looking at all considering about bringing them in. But if they get some money in the RISE grant, you're kind of hedging your risk. You're paying more money up front. But I don't care. I'm just asking a question.
Their incentive would be to get out of state, so they don't have to pay it back. for us. There would be an incentive. If we tell them, if you don't bring in the right kind of people, and if we get a bill to repay this,
You're paying
You have to pay
100%.
so their incentive is to not have that happen.
Right.
That's
A lot.
if they agree with them.
I was gonna say, I would question whether they would agree to that stipulation.
But this just being, it's like buying a car, right? You don't walk in and 5 minutes, you got a final deal. No, it's here and there. So you gotta give them a starting point and.
I think we go in asking for everything to the advantage of the city and then see where it ends up.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the developer gets no portion of the RISE grant. Whatever
I
RISE
see.
grant it gets,
That's
offsets the city's 50%.
Yeah.
So if the city gets 25%, the city pays 25% and the developer pays the 50%.
Well, it would be different if we had development on the south side of the road, but we don't, and we probably won't and the county's not going to contribute substantially to any of this.
Well, and we're not selling the lots.
No,
Yeah.
They're selling the lots. They're gonna get money to cover their 50%.
and we have tax abatement on one for a while, so financing wise, then we have to figure out, we still have to make sure we can make payments. And have money to do wells and other things,
And
so I don't wanna be destitute because we've helped them out.
Yeah. Very.
Well, and I'm sure the bonding attorney and Maggie will recommend that we have a minimum assessment agreement in place as part of the development agreement too. We don't know what that number is, but that's gonna guarantee us a TIF revenue.
And I think saying the conversion in Iowa land, and this is a no-brainer that. We have to do the north and south side, from what you're saying, Shane. The county very well is not gonna do much. They may not. So we're having to develop the south side probably on our own dime or a large percentage of it, so. You know, they have to know what our situation is also, and nothing's gonna be developed. I mean, Mary Ann, what you said on the south side, what's gonna be
Well,
developed out
the
there?
Lucky Bears own everything except for the little corner where Brundage lives. And they just made a bank on what they sold this time around, so they don't need the money.
Yeah.
So until something changes, I know some of them are older, but till something changes, that stuff on the parcel on the south side. Might not move for a long time.
And on the south side, our. City limits ends right there, right? At 76, or does it go further south?
In the middle of the road.
The middle of the road, so.
What's the minimum that we have to do?
You don't have to do anything, but if you don't do anything. I think you still need to figure out. You know, what section you want, because they need to lay out, they need to dedicate the appropriate right of way. They need to plan accordingly, and then we need to decide, okay. We're not paying for it now, we wanna make sure you're on the hook, so in the development agreement, have some sort of language that you're gonna. Pay 50% or 100% of the north half or whatever when we do it. So you still want them to participate, it's just whether they do it now or later. Now, if you're the developer, like a virgin, if you're gonna have to pay something, you wanna pay now, you know what your costs are, you're developing it, you've already budgeted for costs now, you don't wanna. Be operating and then 6 years down the road, see it's like, oh, we only need to put it in the street now. They don't like to do that, they'd rather do it now. Plus, it's becoming that drive land development. That becomes much more marketable if you got a nice street in there, overget business.
The convergent did say at the meeting, they wanted to know what the upfront costs are gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, Virgin wants to pay a roadway, but they said, we don't need one because. They're trying to say, well, we don't need it, so we shouldn't have to pay for it, but it's not how it works, you're building that adjacent to the roadway. You have participation costs there. They have no participation costs for. Leffermere Road, which is a paved roadway, now the city didn't pay for that either, because it was in the county at the time. But they have no cost for Leffermere Road.
What's gonna be more attractive in that industrial area as you go east on Convergent, a paved road for industrial, which is in Fairfax, or further down on gravel initially? I mean, they might not They selling not very long, but bring on the industrial land. But Iowa land with the money in it where they can develop right.
What type of roadway do you think? You'd like to see out there?
I would say option one, I mean, there wasn't really much of a cost savings. In my opinion.
Another thing with staff, what,
Option one matches what's on left here, doesn't it?
Option one's
What beer?
That's more future proof than.
option one is the same as between Edgewood and the Cranston tracks.
Sixth Street, or the tracks.
The railroad tracks by.
in front of the Nordstrom's, yeah, basically just the railroad tracks, just east of Nordstrom's.
What about offering to Iowa land, another scenario that Iowa land paves past conversion? You pay for the difference from 31 to 41. We'll put 41 in. To conversion,
Well, how Iowa Land and Conversion works out their deals between them, but that's not between the city.
what would Iowa land? Prefer and don't just say bigger is better, but tell us why you would want 41 foot. Right?
I mean, from my mindset, it's extra money that you don't need. It's a lane, I mean, you drive down, do it sometime this week, you drive down 76 on Edgewood, or east of Edgewood. There's nothing on either side. There's Nordstrom's on the very end on the east side. Other than that, there's nothing there. And Terrell doesn't have huge traffic numbers. Converge is not gonna have huge traffic numbers. Now, when you're gonna need 41 foot back to back is when you actually start developing residential to the west of there. We get sewer stuff out to the southwest, and residential goes up there, and you start getting a lot more school traffic, getting over to college community schools. And if you get some industrial commercial mixed into there, that's when you're right in the want, but how long is it gonna be before you get that extra traffic? You know, it doesn't tie into the highway now, at some point in the future, Walker doesn't come off that way. I'll drag it out. And I don't come up from downtown Fairfax and down east south, you go down that way. You just don't have a lot of traffic there. And you weren't gonna for years. I mean, I just don't see the city needed 41 foot back to back for a long time. Not saying, I mean, if you want to pay for it, it's there, that's fine. Everything's there, then that's one thing, but I don't see any situation. I very well could be wrong. There could be some big old site that comes right in the middle, I would land a building that draws in tons of traffic. That maybe justifies a left turn for at least a portion. But chances are very likely you're not gonna need a continuous turn lane for 3/4 of that section for 20+ years.
So let's say we do that scenario, someone, we get a high traffic flow, city's just on the hook for that extra 10 foot down the road, I'm assuming.
Yeah. It's
So,
a lot's gonna be developed from offsite traffic, like through the, like you said, residential in the west.
so aren't they gonna have some kind of roadway in between all these lots in their parcel? I mean, so isn't it,
So they've got one roadway proposed in the it's cul-de-sac that will basically tie in, they've got a private drive on the south of the barrel. And they're gonna just west of the creek, they're proposing to install basically a street that comes up the cul-de-sac and that private drive into, so they have a second access in and out of
so
that.
that's, I'm wondering if the traffic is going to go on a private street out onto Lefferville, do we really even need to go to all this on the other side? Is there like on that side, Convergent can get out on Lefferville, how many lots past that they would possibly develop? One?
There's 5.
I think that's.
Big lots?
I don't know if you had that.
No, there's.
So that's what I'm trying to say, is like, can they get out, if they have a street in the middle, can they get out that way?
Convergent.
But we're requiring them to make a connection to 76, right? On the preliminary plat.
Fire protection, yeah.
Yeah, so. Correct me if I'm wrong, so the potential blade place that was gonna go, east of. Region. That would be the only, within one lot of, they go straight in out of the barrel. Anything south of that is gonna be separated, they won't be connected, they go out the cul-de-sac. Out the 76.
That's what I would say.
Only street they're proposing all 170 feet. So there's private drive to Barrel. And it was extended for regen, if anything develops here, it'll extend, so this will only tie in, so if you're here and you got traffic, trains backed up here, we got a fire emergency, there's a second access. And that's the only street they're proposing.
So why is that a cul-de-sac? Why wouldn't we connect? Cause aren't they gonna develop this stuff? So how are you to this stuff?
Well, we just 58 acres just to solve it.
3 or 4 small lots on the
So they got
side of that
two
cul-de-sac.
small lots, well, two.
So
three
they've
small
only
lots.
got this one sold.
This would be vacant right now, this would be.
Yeah, that's a guess.
This piece right here.
I think there was a few of them.
This is the open loop, yeah.
It's like 30 acres.
So change.
So next year. This, your girl team, 54 spots, got all the.
If this part doesn't make sense to me, I think there'd be a. Yeah. If you're gonna have bigger users back here, this isn't gonna work.
It may change just based on the fact that, you know, somebody comes in and they want more smaller lots, they may need to add streets, but for right now, that's what they're. It's a preliminary plat, it's not, you know, that's not a final. But we're gonna require minimize that connection here. We're gonna require that they. Any of this stuff develops, they gotta put another station. And then I thought we put one. You know, snag it.
Well, that's helpful.
This is what it is.
No way.
Yes.
They're all we can.
Hey, their property.
So we want.
For now, you could just do extensions somewhere else.
This is, they are, this is.
That's already taken. Street out.
This is proposed.
Well, and there's a spur here.
Yes. Yeah, everybody's there.
So if I read between the lines of what Shane says as far as the road. 41 feet, you're looking way down the road in 20 years to have traffic, but right now. For Vero, traffic down 76, there's not hardly any, so. Is 41 necessary right now? It's $500,000 based on.
For 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah.
Now, again, you can argue that.
That's the whole
You don't have to worry about it, but.
Well-
Difference.
Yeah, and right now is when you got the rise grant or their contribution, you won't later.
One's actually cost me 20 years.
Because you're gonna have to change the peak of the road.
Well, that $500,000 make me some little bit.
Yeah.
That's the road.
Let's throw something at Shane, so that way it's round one, really.
I don't know, I dislike, and maybe it's because you guys have been talking to them and we've been left out. I dislike, like, this presentation, we have to have an answer tomorrow, we need to give them an answer right now. But that's how I feel,
That's not what we're saying.
but that's exactly how it makes me feel.
They're just asking for maybe.
They want a general.
Which way you guys might be leaning towards, so.
I,
So I'll throw it out there, I don't know what's in the water.
I don't even have I don't even have a chance to digest it.
East of Convergence. Grow up 41 and. Our lots. Builds on their own, we keep. The rise grants if we get them. And we develop. In front of Convergence. Because of all the reasons, here's the extra cost that we're gonna have. South side of 76 is all on Fairfax. It's all on us.
With the rise grant, was there an incentive to do the whole 3/4 mile versus just in front of conversion? I know,
So
you
the
know,
rise grant, you have to commit a certain area. It's at least 50% that you're gonna draw a rise grant eligible for businesses.
yeah,
Since you're doing a roadway, 50% is everything on the north side, so you have to have 100% of the stuff on the north side. That develops as, now, there's some, that's the basic rules. But there's some negotiations, there's some coordination, you have to go back and forth on this, every project's unique, but. At this point, you can say, look, our land use, long-term land use, future land use shows industrial on the south side. We got a 20-year window for rise grant. Yeah, we'll do 100% of the north side or 50% of both sides, so let's say in 15 years, we get a little development on the south side, and that's rise eligible, count that towards this project. That convergent, day one, they may not need rise grant eligibility, but in that 20-year period, maybe they do, so we get some sort of consideration. I mean, if that stayed vacant and built on year 15 and was rise eligible, it would count. If it's developed on day one and it's not, but by year 10 it is, it should count. These are the conversations we'll have to have in that application process.
So in,
How that exactly looks, I can't give you an exact answer on those details. but that's-
so in this whole analogy though, for all of your different examples, you're actually doing the 100-foot right of way purchase. So even
Well,
though we're gonna, even if you, so that's driving up the cost, so even if we put in
They have to dedicate it, we're not buying it.
so what's the difference in the cost then?
10-foot concrete. Well, 500,000 for the extra lane. The 3/4 to
41
be done
foot.
right away.
But I mean, the difference between 41 and 31 isn't that much,
Right, that's our point.
That's the point.
and that's just for the roadway.
Yeah, with all the other storm sewer.
But not water and sewer.
You're installing everything for 41 foot except the one lane. That's the difference.
How much do we pay for Lefferville Road?
Almost $1 million.
Left Beer Road's a lot different situation, it's just pure over. There's no regrading, there's no storm sewer.
Lynn County participated.
The east side of this project has twin gate or extractor overs, yeah, with a significant lots over on the east side. There's a lot of different things that come into play with it. The south side, we probably have to get temporary grading easements at a minimum. If the water main goes on the south side, we probably have to get permanent easement, permanent, or permanent right of way. That's why we want south side, one of the reasons. I had to get some easement, the culverts, there's all culverts in there, we have to get on the south side.
So I throw out what I said, we develop. Up to conversion, our land takes the rest. Rise grant, you propose the rise grant, the south side of 76 is not Fairfax. So proposed for the rise grant, that it's just whatever within the city limits we can't control on the south side. Maybe that helps our chances of. The funding, you go for both 80% or 50%. But if you scratch that. Into one.
My
I
question
don't know
was,
what you guys think of that.
my question was, do we have to pay the whole 3/4 to city limits, or can we just do it part of conversion?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, do it just in front of conversion, and then from there east, Iowa lots.
takes care of it, and then they collect the fees back from whoever.
In one shot.
But if Iowa Lot's gonna pave it, I'd say they pave the whole thing, I wouldn't pursue a rice grant for just Iowa Lots. Cause you're not likely to get it, or you're gonna get very little.
Very little.
Well, probably nothing, because on day one, they're not gonna be rice, because they're not selling the top of state businesses. So if you're gonna pave just adjacent to Iowa Lots, the city's gonna do it.
You mean virgin?
Virgin, thank you. I may be wrong, but from my understanding, it's very unlikely the city to get a rice grant.
We'll get the grant.
Very unlikely, just in general.
If you're gonna pay just again adjacent to Virgin.
Whatever lot that is.
What about they pay the whole thing and they get 100% of the price grant stuff?
They can't, rice grant has to be for the city if they. Developers can't do those grants.
I bet you threw out and it was like, we could split it though.
No, if you don't want to pursue a rise grant or you don't get the rise grant, you could require Iowa Land Development or Iowa Land and Building to design it and then build it, they build the whole thing, or they could build just a section next to Virgin. It's not. And then the city would be responsible for just reimbursing whatever the south half of the portion next to Virgin. You know, you know that.
Going in with the county, I think is what you meant.
I like that. So
Yes, I think he was talking about going in with the county. Right. What you mentioned.
I'm not opposed to paving the whole thing, but I don't want to pave it all and then have to sit there for 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the road to nowhere.
the city would have to apply with the county, since the county's got the south half of the road. But the county's not gonna take, they're gonna, for the county to do that, they're gonna sign an agreement with the city that the city has got full responsibility for the rest of it. We're not gonna, because the county's not gonna develop.
Yeah, totally.
So Shane, for the purpose of tomorrow, they were just wanting to test the waters a little bit to see what the council may or may not be receptive to. It is not a development agreement. We don't have any motion on the agenda here at all. Do we have enough information, Shane, to share with them tomorrow, just testing the waters types of things?
Well, whatever information we have, is what we have.
Right, because I can see this requires a lot more discussion before we start working on a development agreement, and we have one council member that hasn't participated in this discussion at all. That they haven't told you about, so.
I just feel like we haven't had a chance to even think about it or digest it or look at our different options.
Agree.
Or like, are we short-sighted if we don't pay the whole thing and then they develop out right away? There's just a lot to think about, and I don't feel for $5 million, we should be making those kinds of decisions.
Mary, and that's one of the reasons we want to bring it to you, so we start laying out some of that information, because we know it's not here's the thing, read up on it over the weekend and make a decision. So we wanted to bring it to you. So again, we'll talk about it some more, and if you had feedback, that's what we'll take to tomorrow.
Well, I think we're gonna wanna know the financial side of this, or what we think our financial side of it looks like. Cause if we spend this money here, we need to know that what kind of income are
We
we?
can't do that till we get the building plan. And we get an assessment. We tried. Right, we've only known about this for less than 2 weeks. I mean, we haven't left you guys out of the loop for months. This is 10 days
New
new.
to us too.
It just seems like that's how they operate, I swear, it's just,
Yeah, you would.
now, we gotta
Yeah.
do it this
After
fall.
2 years, we've been talking now.
Yeah, I think that's just how they work.
I think we have enough for tomorrow's discussion, and if they're not happy with what they get from us, well, then they'll just have to wait. So we have further discussion.
I agree with Mary Ann that it's a lot of information, we're not gonna allow ourselves to be pushed into
No.
making decisions.
We just have a lot of financial responsibility, a lot of other projects coming on that are going to require a lot of money, so we just need to figure out how it's all gonna work before we agree to anything,
Right,
per se.
we need to know that assessment,
Yes,
estimate of the assessed value. Surely they know what their construction costs are gonna be, but that doesn't mean that's the assessed value.
well, they've got their own contractor on the hook for running their utilities out there, then they have to have a pretty good idea what they're paying up.
They're committed to the state for that funding, abatement, and everything for that spot
The
also.
abatements through us. State, you don't pay property taxes to the state.
But the agreements they have is for that,
It's for high quality
The high
jobs.
quality.
yes, for that area, so they do have, they're somewhat vested in this area that they can't just.
Well, they haven't gotten any money. They don't get money from the state for high quality jobs until they're up and running and
But
prove
they've
that
been
they have. that.
approved for
Right,
this area already, where they can't just walk away tomorrow and go.
well, I'm sure
Good,
that
but
if they
there's
move that
process.
project somewhere else in Iowa.
But it's a
they
new
get
process
approved.
and
Yeah.
they wanna
Yeah.
get going and get delivery to University
Yeah.
of Iowa. So they have some incentive to move it along in this spot.
Okay, Shane, I think we're good.
Thank you.
To be continued. All right,
Trash.
so number 23. We have approved the first reading
And waive the second.
Yeah, wait a second.
and we have the second. We were waiting for to
Final
get any input. I don't think we've heard anything.
No input?
done. Well, I'll say this, I had one resident come in, but she really wanted to talk about the water and sewer
Okay.
increases. I mean, we touched on the solid waste, which that wasn't a concern. It was the water and sewer she wanted to talk to. That's the only input I got.
These were 10 cents like 10 years ago.
Sure, people just not notice yet
I
that
don't
it's
know.
gone up.
So. We're ready for a motion for the final passage and adoption of the new solid waste rates.
Motion.
Need a
Second.
please? Roll call, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now. Talking about. Number 24, water rates. That's
This is based on that test that you told me to use from the 24th, test 2. Why is my computer working? I can't scroll down. Oh, it's in there.
So
If you remember, we're setting up some other stair steps. We're leaving the minimum the same. We're changing the debt service fee up $10. And making these additional steps. The previous step. Got cheaper over 10,000. This gets more expensive. The more they use per 1,000.
So we're here today for this because we under allocated costs, correct?
I don't know what that means, allocated cut. We're here because we have raised water rates in years, our costs have continued to go up. And we've never set the water debt fee what it should be to cover the current debt payments. So we're trying to correct that and bring rates in line with costs around the system.
So
This is the breaking, I think, right, is basically
Well, and, you know,
projection.
also reallocate how we charge. Make it what we think is a better system. And like we said, oh, I'm certain of the debt fee amount is what we need to be at. The rates, you know, we can look at it in 6 months and see how we're doing. But you can change rates as often as you want.
The math right on that part one.
I believe so. So 12 is the minimum.
Yeah.
And then if you're, 1,500 to 5,000, it's $12 for the first 1,500 and then $8 per thousand.
Which would be 24 or 20.
Be 3,500.
Be 20,
What's 3.5 times 8?
28. Or 20. Or, you know, yeah, you're right, 28, yeah. So it should be, then the bottom, next one should be 28 plus another 12, right? Just for your minimum.
I don't know. So you're saying this should be 36?
28 plus 12, 40,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, I didn't follow the way through, but I just couldn't math, I was like, wait, that doesn't add up, right?
So that should be 40
Yeah,
right there. Is this one right?
I didn't get that far. I just noticed it.
Oh,
Five
I can't do
times 850.
So we were giving away for a little bit.
8250
That's where I was.
be the next one.
If we were undercharging before. And we want to work towards test two, what would a phased approach look like? Not play it all here.
I didn't run any scenarios like that. I wasn't asked to.
We've kind of done that in the past and did backfill it here. We backfilled lots of times out of general budget.
This was where, how much was it per user? That sheet back there, you know, it's like,
All right,
they brought up boards, you know, like $10.
It's in your packet.
Saying, yeah, there it is. That'll help show.
Yeah, so I mean, I was the one this to speak out that. Really thinking that, I don't think it's the amount per se. That, you know, especially if you're showing bills from other areas. What's that, and it's just the increase from
That's a jump.
today. It's a significant jump for. Actually, some people that know. Fixed it,
yeah, if you look at the trash and the water and the sewer. Proposed changes. For the minimum bill person, it'll go from 8303 to 9578. Which is a 15% increase. That's the hard part for that minimum bill concern.
And I agree with that, and at the last council meeting. I Ely went up and Marion went up and. We're right in that same ballpark, right, other cities have already gone up with. We work these numbers, we don't want anything to go up, no one does, but. We're no different than anybody else.
And $10 of that increase is the water debt fee.
Right.
I mean, so really the rates. Are going up very little.
On the minimum.
Well, everybody gets that $10
Yeah,
increase
so
on the debt,
right.
yeah.
10 of that minimum is the water debt.
So that, to go to that water rate, we've talked about this, and we can slice it up again. And no one wants to raise rates, no one does. But we have to, we're negative, not enough to cover. For the coming year. So if you go to whatever that. You just need to change it. Like 10,000 to 1 plus from 70, 50 to what, 80. What was it, 82?
82.50 and
82.50. And then is that accurate?
What are you referencing?
Oh, gallons used per month, that first. Ordinance number 95, in the ordinance. That's the
Oh,
water rate ordinance.
sorry.
Was there any specific comment that the citizen made about the water? rate?
She just asked how we came up with it, and I showed her our different tests.
Mhm.
I showed her what the current rate was and how the hot more they used, it was less per thousand. And she says, well, that's not right. I said, well, that's the way it's been for a long time. I showed her how much was going towards debt and then what our obligation is currently for debt. And she, you know, when she left, she felt very reassured that we had looked at all the options and that we were doing what was fiscally responsible.
Sure.
You know, that's one resident, but that's the only resident that questioned.
I motion to approve ordinance 95, the water rate
With those
With that.
math correct.
with that math.
I have a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
Nay.
And Dan, you say nay because,
I'm agreeing with test two, you know, long. It's a little bit to bite on one for even a couple of years. More of a phased approach.
So the first reading has been approved. Typically with rate changes, we've gone multiple readings, what would the council like?
You can't waive a reading without four agreeing,
So what?
a super majority. So
So
you
you
would
don't
all
have to
four
agree.
have to agree to waive a reading.
Right.
So what would the council like to do?
Well, it sounds like we
yeah,
already know.
next.
We have to
Well-
carry it to another meeting.
Well, if someone, we can consider a motion to suspend the rules. If nobody motions that, then that means we're waiting. So
Can you do that? I thought we couldn't do that.
You can make a motion, but if you don't have four vote for it, it doesn't pass.
Right.
And Dan's already said no to the first, so.
You're saying.
So we're assuming. you-
Late and I'm tired, this is painful.
We've gone through this for months. I mean, we could go through it for
Well,
the next
we're
6 months,
charging more
9
for the
months.
water, but we adjusted the sewer, so I feel like between everything, it's.
You haven't passed the sewer yet.
To throw another wrinkle into it, it's just,
All right, so the first reading has been approved.
Okay.
We can't continue on because we know there's a nay vote in there, so. All right, so now we're on to number 25, this is. Which, the changes like offset each other, right?
Pretty much.
yeah, there was no change in that, is there? Cynthia?
Well, we took the minimum from 14 to 12, but we added $2 to the debt. So that's what we did with that too.
Put money in the debt and then lowered some of the liability or some. of the-
And then, yes, we lowered some of the rates, and again, we made more tiers. But yeah,
So the minimum bill user, no impact.
No change.
that's why when you're looking at the full bill.
Yeah.
You know, it's only going up about $10. Well, we know the solid waste is going up. We know the water debt fee is going up. So the other changes are very, very either negative or minimal or offsetting.
Water's
It's like
still on there.
$2,000 plus or minus for this fiscal year for the sewer, so there's no reason to change it.
But we are changing.
Well,
Yeah, and then at the end of the
Yeah.
fiscal year, we'll still be right there.
Yeah. And with all of the rent, we will look at it 6 months and make sure that it's doing what we think it's doing.
Running where we need to.
So
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Hold on, let me see if the math's right.
roll call please.
I'll just put to approve checking the math, verifying the math.
We roll call aye.
Was that 4 ayes or, yes?
I didn't hear.
I didn't hear
Tom say anything. I didn't hear Tom say anything.
No, you didn't.
Okay,
Use your big boy voice. I couldn't hear you over here. You're both like doing the same thing.
all right, so since it was all ayes, we can consider a motion to suspend the rules requiring 2 more council meetings approval.
If you choose.
I'll make
If
a
you
motion for this second reading.
Just for the second?
Yeah.
Second,
Roll call, please.
aye.
Aye. Everybody's very tired.
Yeah.
Okay, so just for the second.
Yeah.
All right, so we're not gonna waive the third. Give time for more input on that. Okay, thank you. Item number 26. Employee compensation.
This is for Dallas certifications.
50 cents or something.
For 50 cents for each, you got 2, so it's $1.
Motion to approve, it's all written in there and it's all part of the plan, so.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Item 27, claims. Any questions on the claims list?
I just have one question for the June 17. Is Joe's pay a typo? That's 80 hours.
We, on the 3rd check of the week, we pay comp time down to 100 hours. So he would have had a lot of hours paid out. And then we also pay the cell phone, which is $55, but no, it's not a typo.
So with this flex schedule, is he still getting a lot of overtime then, I'm assuming?
Yes, during June, during fall, yeah.
I thought that was the point of the flex schedule.
Well, he doesn't get it each day over 8, he gets it after 40 over it. Yeah.
Which is the same way that Tina will be working.
Yeah, and Kathy
Kathy Bain also is in that plan.
Yep.
Any other questions on the claims list? If not, need a motion to approve claims.
Motion.
Second. Need a second. All in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Number 28, opportunity for citizens to on the agenda.
How painful.
Is this guy get a?
One man standing.
I'd like to start by making a motion that we do this first. Public comments are first and then carry on. I don't know how this works. Jeff Hance, 458 Driftwood Lane, Fairfax, Iowa. Couple things, I'll keep it short. It was handy that we were talking about the roads earlier because I'd like to file a complaint about what was done on 80th Street over here. Right along City Hall with the chip seal. I personally find it, I don't know, kind of rural or in front of City Hall, in front of all of our businesses. I feel like that's a road that gets enough traffic that it should just get permanently fixed. It will be just as rutted as it was probably in the next 6 to 8 months. I don't feel like anytime it's been chip sealed, it's ever accomplished anything. I voiced a complaint the last time this was done, which was either a year or 2 ago. The other complaint that I have about it is there was absolutely no notice whatsoever for any of us businesses. I managed the business right across the street. We received no notice that this was going to happen. 99% of my vehicles are white for my fleet. So when they come through and run a tar truck down the road, I'm stuck sitting there, unable to leave, because if I drive on that tar, I'm not cleaning that off of these vehicles. So I had to call and cancel an appointment because I couldn't leave my business because we're chip sealing the road and I was provided no notice for this. So if we are going to do road maintenance, it'd be great if we could notify the people that are along that road. And I'd also like to see if we're throwing around all this money that's gonna go for this road and that road and TIF dollars and things of that nature. Maybe we look at actually doing something permanent with the road in front of our city hall and our businesses, as heavily trafficked as it is, because this road will stay like this for months, piles of gravel off to the side. No one is going to touch this road again until a plow hits it this winter. So it's a problem. If you look at the intersection on Creekside, it's already a problem. It's got little, I don't know, ribs, if you wanna call it, where everybody's turning in and out on Creekside. All that gravel's pretty well worn off. So it's, to me, it's not a permanent solution for a road that's as heavily trafficked as that. Because we're not gonna go to Convergent and say, hey, we'll chip seal 76 for you. And they're gonna be like, oh, great, that sounds perfect. Like, we wouldn't chip seal a road for them. So why are we chip sealing this road? So that's my first complaint. Second thing, I'm gonna wheel back a couple months to the whole fireworks issue. It was put in Fairfax Facts. It was asked for citizen input on the fireworks. Citizens provided input. It was not a great amount of input, but it was input, with the overwhelming majority asking for a change. It was ignored based off of the fact that people are gonna light fireworks off anyway. That's the takeaway I got from what the majority of the council members said. They're gonna light them up anyway. What difference does it make what we do? You asked for input, input was given, it was completely ignored. If that's what we're going to do, then let's not ask for input anymore. Because that's how me and other people that voiced our input feel. We took the time, do what you asked, nothing was done with it, and it really wasn't even considered. You know, you two went ahead and tried to pass a motion. The majority of others were just like, not gonna do any good because people are gonna light them off anyway. So it was just dismissed. So my critique to that would be, if we're not gonna do anything with it, let's not ask for it.
Well, I can tell you from my point of view, I think we got, how many people responded, 45, 50?
60.
And there's over 2,500 people in town. So to me, I don't feel like, yes, I grant, I appreciate everyone taking the time to respond. But I don't feel like it's a fair, like the whole town, 2,500 people, only 50 people responded. And unfortunately, I think it's the 50 that really have your, because I don't like them either. But I think it's the 50 people that don't want them. And I think the people that do just think,
Apathetic.
yes.
But they also wrote it.
But I mean, so to me, it wasn't a scientific,
Big enough sample pool.
it wasn't. So I felt like, okay, so then if we do that, then we're gonna have 200 people and you're screaming about, why did you do that? When it's the minority that actually responded and not. So I just, it's not that I don't appreciate, because I do, I have this, I don't like them at all. But I just don't, I didn't wanna make my decision based on such a small percentage of the population, if that makes sense.
Right, so is there a way? I don't know how else you could gather information from the citizens. I don't know if there's a way to put something on a ballot.
We actually talked.
Or if there's a way that you can
Mentioned
get,
that.
I mean, obviously our.
We could
elections don't
actually do
bring
that.
Thousands of people either, which is unfortunate. But, you know, if there's a way to do something just so you can gather more information from people.
I don't like it, my dogs don't like
So
them.
I think you
I
guys.
think what this did is
Put it out
it
later.
made
Yeah.
for a lot of conversation for residents in Fairfax. To hey, pay attention to what's going on. And not just fireworks as a topic, but in general, I think. My gut feeling is people are paying attention more and people are starting to. Speak up a little bit, social media, whatever it might be, you know, on the fight, sure it's fireworks, but hey, that there was a hole and now all these people that. On whatever side. And I'm not suggesting this at all, but if we ran it again, you're gonna have a whole lot more than. Whatever was 60 people. I was disappointed there was only 60, I thought it was gonna be a whole heck of a lot more than that, and I do agree that. That's not a fair representation of.
It's not, is it a underwhelming majority? Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you look at the results you did get. There's a pretty stark difference between people that said keep it and the people that said change it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're not gonna get everybody to participate. It's just not gonna happen. You send out a survey, you're gonna get 15-20% back.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't even get that, but at the same time, you know, it was clip it out, mail it in, or send an email. You know, so it is what it is, but, you know, I don't know how many people generally show up for public comments. See how many stuck around tonight?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's been through this whole meeting.
There'll be a prize on it, Bob.
Yeah, super excited for that, so. but anyway.
I think we're still open to more discussion on that whole thing. There's just, it's more trying to come up with a better way to figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and enforcement's tough, you know, and, you know, as you were talking about earlier with the whole, you know. I can't tell you the last time I saw a deputy on the street. And, you know, when you talk about that, you know, you can hire a deputy to work overtime, they can, you know, they can have an overtime sign up, it's gonna cost you like $75 an hour. You know, but if you want a deputy sitting up in your neighborhood, you know, you can hire him. I got a buddy of mine that works for the sheriff's department, you know, so, I mean, he works overtime all the time. So, you know, you can hire them for $75 an hour to sit up there and they can write citations and they're in their squad and all that stuff, like they can do all the things. Because it is a problem, the UTVs, the golf carts, all those things are a problem, like I live right on the corner of. Park is that? Driftwood, yeah, I can't remember the name of the park, I don't live there obviously. But you're coming around that corner and you got two 13-year-olds in a golf cart doing 23 miles an hour in the middle of the road as somebody's coming this way. You know, the gal down the street runs a daycare, she's got people in and out in the morning and the afternoon, those things, it's dangerous, it's a problem, and somebody's gonna get hurt eventually, so.
What stinks is with an ordinance, how many people are, how much is an ordinance really gonna change anything, right? And you're talking about fireworks. Let's back up to middle of June and something was passed. Be it illegal or only somewhat, would all these other issues still come up?
Same one thing.
I'm gonna go out and guess, and it's those kids that don't care, you know, the golf carts, the UTVs, and it's just like, it's on paper, but how many people will still pay attention? If we have fire department, police department, which we're so far from something like that with all those costs, it would totally be different. But the way I said to Nadine, and I hope everybody else, you included, use that phone, call them, that's what they're here for. You said, we're paying for that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
So
maybe
call.
we can, just start doing like where we pay somebody one day a week, and so you don't know what day it's gonna be, but we're gonna have somebody in our, and so they don't know when they're gonna be around, and we just say they're gonna start,
We did have a security budget once upon a time.
yeah. But maybe we need to do that, so where people don't know when or if they know somebody's gonna be in town, but they don't know when.
Right.
So they kind of mind their P's and Q's more, but maybe we start with something like that. I mean, I think we afforded the security people, I'm sure we can afford a little bit of that to just.
I just don't know, and I don't know how that system works with them, you know, like I don't know if they actually have to see the person perpetrating. So like if I call and I'm like, oh, John Smith's kid was rolling around in this golf cart, oh, now John Smith's kid's back home, golf cart in the driveway, no John, you know, no little Johnny to be found, right? He can't do anything about that, kid's already at home in his driveway, I'm the one that supposedly saw it. He probably can't issue a citation at that point, but if.
He can go knock on the door and
He
ask
can go knock,
if Johnny's
yeah.
been out the golf
He could have a
cart.
conversation with
I
them.
think those are the kinds of conversations that need to happen.
But if the deputy, I mean, the parents know these kids are out running around.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, I could name 8 parents, I know their kids see them driving around in the golf carts all the time.
The
I know
babysitter.
you're not 16, you,
right.
but at the end of the day. What are you gonna do? One of them's gonna, something unfortunately is gonna have to happen.
Those mini bike kids are terrible, because they're so small.
Yeah, I
And
don't
they're
use
so
that.
fast.
88 here a couple of years ago, they went out of business, you know, they were just.
Yeah, nobody's scared.
Well,
I mean, they couldn't do it.
It's more of a deterrent, and did that help? We'll never know, but I think if they were in business and still be doing it, would it be a little less? Probably.
I mean, you got kids that are like, they'll walk up to a house with a ring doorbell. Leave a hot dog on your front porch, beat on your door, so it sounds like somebody's breaking in, they don't care, because what's gonna happen to them?
And
You know, so, yeah, I mean, it's been happening a lot.
Yep.
So, anyway, I'll let you guys keep going.
Well, thank you for your patience and hanging in there. Just
Sorry.
a couple of comments
Sorry.
on your fireworks comments. The next item on the agenda is the mayor's comments, and I did include 2 emails from residents in there regarding fireworks, and then we had a 3rd resident actually come into City Hall and complain, in addition to the 4 sheriff's reports, so
Yeah.
we're aware that it seemed like this Fourth was the worst Fourth that we've had in a long time, in my opinion.
It was, in all honesty, in my neighborhood, it was a little quieter than normal,
Oh, wow.
but a couple of the people that kind of moved or are in the process of moving, that were the ones that last year were like really went down on it. But I know like up my ridge and, all of which, you know, that I heard were all like, if it's a weekend and it's 11 o'clock, they were done by 11 o'clock. Like 4th of July rained, so we kind of got lucky tonight. But
Cemetery Road went nuts from 10:15 to right before 11 o'clock, or right on the other side of the property, Fairfax boundary. I mean, I could see them.
yeah, he's right, he's right behind Joe Blood back there. Did you see his
Yes.
backyard? Yeah. Did you go by there? the next day?
No, I didn't.
He had
Right.
an area probably as big as this room roped off. Just laid to the hill, but I heard $9,000 he spent.
I was gonna say.
Did you guys have to clean up the parking lot over at the park? Who cleaned that up? Somebody let off
Blake
fireworks, was
and
it
Eric.
last night or the night before last, and like midnight?
Yeah, there was some pictures, I didn't hear everything, but there was some pictures of some cakes that they actually put them by a garbage can for somebody else to pick up after the fact, so.
They were all like all over the parking lot.
I don't know who put them there, but somebody put them on the ground, they took a picture of it, but yeah, Leif and Eric and I think Lynn ended up going out there in the parking lot. Perusing and picking stuff up that they could there.
I know there was stuff, you know, there was stuff down off of East Cemetery, there was stuff, you know, people just left stuff kind of laying all over the place. Kind of, that's, I mean, we'll see what goes with it.
So thank you for hanging in there with us. You probably learned more than what you wanted to learn tonight.
I learned a little bit, I creep in the facts and stuff like that,
Well, that's
go online and look at the notes and stuff, so yeah, I would creep, so.
Thank you.
All right, guys, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess we can move on to the mayor's comments. My only, in addition to the fireworks emails that were included in there, there's also a flyer. Lynn County Health Department is going to come and do a town hall meeting on next Wednesday, the 17th, a week from tomorrow, from 6 to 7:30 here, just gathering feedback from our residents, so how they feel the state of health and accessibility in Fairfax area and Lynn County in general is. So please encourage everyone that you talk to attend that so that they can get some feedback. And if they can't attend, there's an online survey as well. That's all I have. Cynthia?
End of the fiscal year. So, be feeding in a new budget, new projects, right away, I always look to see, hopefully by the August meeting, I'll know whether we needed to do a budget amendment right away. And that is usually typically because we thought a project would get done by June and it didn't. Or less of it got done than we thought, and so we need to bring budget authority to finish a project into the new budget that isn't. So I'll be looking at that in your packet for all the revenues and expense reports that I usually do for the end of the fiscal year. Plus, I did a local option sales tax report for the end of the fiscal year. Excuse me, and then gave you one for the new fiscal year in lost, showing you what's currently in the lost budget in the projected balance, so.
Okay. Consider a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
That's a fast. Need a second, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Are these mementos, or they going downstairs?
Yeah, they.
Do they want it back?
Conversation starters on my